do with that? That ain't his business. That's your business.
If his commander...
No, it's not. We're an ally of Israel and bound by treaty. No. Why is somebody so fucking illiterate bothering to have an opinion? Good God. I mean, that's what you're saying before you open this. Lockheed Martin sells schematics.
I think that's
Lockheed Martin sells schematics. That's kind of what he was talking about.
I think if you sign up in the military and you want to have an opinion about where you're going to be deployed, I think you're off base at the beginning.
Out of his mind. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, Marshall, he's out of his mind here because
when he talks about what Lockheed Martin sells, he has no idea what Lockheed Martin sells.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't have any idea, because if he did, he would understand that Lockheed Martin's largest sale came from fucking commercial aircraft.
Well, dude, he said what sounded like the F-23, which, if he is referring to
The F-22, the F-23 isn't.
it wouldn't be Lockheed Martin. It's a Northrop development, and it's not sold. If he means the F-22, it's not sold outside the United States. So I don't have any idea what he's talking about. And when they do sell planes, especially if we're not going to sell the schematics.
I mean, we usually have to make, most countries, I think Israel, for whatever reason, did something to where they don't have to, because, but generally, I think they have to get the codes in order to even operate their fighter jets every day. Like if you sold the F-35 to, I don't know, Saudi Arabia or something like that. Is it quiet or is my shit fucked up?
No, it's quiet. Somebody kick Pierre down.
We lost that other dude, so it became quiet.
Pierre's a lot of fight.
Well, it's just a waste of time because he has no idea what he's talking about. He's literally wrong on every single subject. And not just wrong, but like just saying things that are like obviously wrong.
He's right that the Iran war is bullshit. He's right that the Iran war is bullshit.
Yeah, that could be. But what he was wrong about that war was he said that the U.S. should not be allies with Europe because we don't get anything out of them, and that we should be allies with Iran because we could buy oil from them. I mean, it's just the most.
Bitching about how we're not self-sufficient. What the fuck is wrong with it?
Yeah, and that was his other argument, to be self-sufficient, and that the U.S. should be allies with Iran. It makes no sense.
With Iran, that's 100% possible. We were in the past.
yeah,
Not this regime. With the different regime, possibly. But with this regime has had a history of attacking the United States from its inception. That is incorrect. It is Iran that has instigated attacks against the United States.
I never said that. I'm on mute, but I need to be allowed to speak.
No, you good.
They're all PG.
Good luck. Go ahead. Somebody go.
Basically, we messed with their internal affairs in the 1950s. We forced them to sell 40%, give us 40% of their oil. So that's why the Iranian people had a problem with us. We were supporting the Shah, and they didn't like the Shah. We were messing with
Bullshit. I'm absolutely fucking full of it. Nigga, everybody
Very nice way would just be like impaired cognitive functioning. There's things you'd see in clinical study.
Yeah, I think Randy Fine was using him as a dishonestly attach that guy to anti-Iran, anti-Israel criticism.
Randy Fine wants all of the Gaza children to starve to death. Eat all of their fucking UN food aid.
Exactly. Okay, that's what it is.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that. See, here's the thing, though, is I do see. Hold on.
It literally fits the definition of
dictionary. They can stick it. And the Jew that insisted that anti-Semitism is that definition can stick it right up their Jewish ass.
What? Well, you're wrong. It wasn't. You're wrong. It wasn't. It came up with that definition. You don't know what.
No, the word got made up. No, the word got made up by a German. By a German, I know.
The word was made up by anti-Semites.
Yes, I know, a German. No, but the definition of it, like this IHRA definition, that is a Jewish construct. Absolutely, it's a Jewish construct.
The definition of the term has always been the definition that is in place now. So you're just wrong, Pepe, on this one.
No. Should we go through the IHRA definition? It is very anti-Christian, by the way.
I don't know what your point is.
You know what's going to happen? You guys should all be praying. You should be on your fucking knees repenting, because you guys will face the Holocaust, and that is when Jesus Christ returns and he throws you into the most fiery pit, the oven of hell.
I'm glad you're having a lot of fun with this entertainment, but it obviously doesn't have anything to do with our debate. What we should have recognized is Pierre demonstrated his intelligence by the fact that he stood in front of a nuclear power plant sometime in the recent past.
That's a good.
He literally said that.
No, I know he did.
I'm not. It's yeah. The point was that he was smart. He was.
Marshall is Butters.
I mean, that guy is retarded. He came in here. He came in the room to fight.
If I'm Butters from South Park, I will fucking take that. Butters is occasionally cool, so I'll take it.
Butters is Anglo-Saxon, and I don't think you can beat him, bro. You're Kyle.
No, I am not English, Irish, and French, so I am very pale.
You're crypto.
No, he's not a Jew. He's definitely not a Jew.
Then why would he have a fat Jew in his poster? Like, why? Why does he have a fucking fat Jew? Like, what is the appeal to white Americans for Randy Fine?
Oh, you're talking about Randy Fine. No, Randy Fine is a disgusting fat ass.
Like, why is Marshall not a Jew?
No, he's
That's
not.
what I'm talking about. Yeah, what's his appeal to Randy Fine then? What's appealing to him? Like, he's fat. He doesn't even walk. So are you Jewish? Why do you like Randy Vine?
I just like Randy. I thought I liked her just like Randy. I just don't like the history of saying one thing about an entire
What you're talking about? The definition of it. Like this arbitrary definition that is a Jewish person. It's absolutely the Jewish
I'm talking about Randy Vine. You know, in high school, I had one of my
I know, but now you already want them all. Yeah, you want
One of my best friends is black. I'm not a racist.
Yeah, bro, I don't do Jews.
One of my best friends was Jewish, but I ended up growing up in my showers, like big fucking rock on him to make sure he get his head afterwards. Organized by organized Jews.
I care about organized Jews and what they do. I don't care about individual Jews.
Well, damn.
Like the ADL,
They should call them out by name.
that's another thing. That's another thing.
The problem with your state, you don't have
It's not that you're against organized Jews. You're against civic organized Jews, like the two organizations you mentioned. So you should mention those names. It's like me saying I'm against organized blacks because I'm against some black organization. That would be inappropriate to say.
Let me rephrase, or let me clarify. So I believe that Jews, that they act as a state within a state because they're transnational and they're stateless. So wherever they are, they all work together. They have an inside bias, basically, that they're all...
The rootless, no, that's true. The rootless cosmopolitans with their, well, what do you think? That's
groups always tend to have their preferences. In-groups always tend to have their preferences. We're not talking about anything more than a preference in an in-group.
And these people, they all work together in tandem in key industries.
This is called
like,
racism, anti-Semitism.
The Jews don't run Hollywood. You're a fucking bigot for even thinking that. That's bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
All I gotta say is this is an awful lot of explanation for a statement that was overly simplistic and broad. Like you didn't need to argue with me. You could have just said, Marshall, I really didn't intend to. Sorry. Like that's not how I see it. Instead, you had to broaden your statement and go, well, I only need it this way, and I only need it this way. And then even Pepe was like, come on, bro, you don't like James.
No, I'm not gonna concede that I hate every single Jew. No.
Just the ones that practice Judaism and like Islam.
Just most of them.
Yeah, I would say a lot of them that are, I guess it would be a lot.
That's like the definition of bigotry. I'm sorry, just if you want to look at if you want to double check me, look at Merriam-Webster.
That's Jew written by Jews. Not gonna do it.
So is it? So if I hate a lot of Germans during Nazi Germany, would that be like racist or ism? Like,
Would hate.
Yeah, you were never talking about Germans. You were talking.
So what? For Jews, like how Jews made the term Nazi?
Very specific organizations that you mentioned you don't like. You don't like the ADL. You don't like APAC.
The ADL does
like that. That is not racist.
It's called Marxism. We already have a word for it. It's called Marxism. Marxism. That's when Jews are supremacists and hate us. It's called
Oh, yeah.
So all of those things talking about are bigotry.
Okay, Lofty. You fucking Nazi.
No, it's Marxist. That's the term that they can't. It's like a decade old. Like that's the Jews that think that they are so. They deserve everything because they have some divine right to be the light of the world and to rule everything and basically be the ones that influence everything and all of that is Marxism. And you need to call those fuckers out.
Yeah.
Don't let that hoity-toity Jew get on his pedestal and say how, you're an anti-Semite. No, you say, shut your mouth, Jew, in the name of Jesus Christ.
In God's
And
name.
you put him in his place.
It's how it works so well for the Catholics when they tried it the first time.
Yeah. And then we'll do it again.
Yep.
What you're saying goes against the Catholic Church. So you want to be anti-Catholic?
No, I'm
but it goes
Crusader.
against the Catholic Church.
I'm a fucking Crusader.
Well, you reject the Catholic Church.
No, I don't.
You reject the authority of the Pope. You reject the authority of the Vatican Council, and that's a position you can take. But it's an anti-Catholic.
No. It's perfectly in line.
No, it goes against the Catholic Church. Doesn't fit with the Catholic.
Christianity condemns the Jews.
Not the Catholic Church, though. The Catholic Church does not. The Catholic Church is very specific on it.
All of a sudden, the 2,000 years, all of a sudden, after 2,000 years, the church ends up putting out this opinion that, it's not right to blame the Jews for not Jesus. Even though they did kill him,
It's not after 2,000 years. So if you knew
almost
the
2,000
church,
years.
no, nowhere near 2,000 years. If you knew the history of the church, you would know that this position evolved over time, and they were not always anti-Jewish.
Mostly anti-Jew, parted anti-Jewish.
No, they weren't.
The history of
They started as a Jewish sect. They were not anti-Jewish.
The history of
developed over time, and the phenomenon you're talking about is a medieval.
I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Quit talking to us, our fellow Christians, and trying to.
Dude, you can say whatever you
You're
want.
You are trying
history
to manipulate a Christian.
I'm not trying to manipulate
Evil
I'm
Jewish
not
thoughts.
keeping to history. You're the one that's denying the Catholic Church.
No, I'm upholding the Catholic Church.
No, you're not.
Dear Jesus, please strike the Satan out of this wicked Jew's body, please, so he can be saved. Amen.
You're going against what the Vatican Council says. You're a heretic. You made Marshall leave.
Praise God.
Did Pierre leave too?
I think Pierre was moved down, and I think Marshall left.
Praise the Lord.
And Pepe took a chill pill.
So Bavarian, what's your dog in this fight? What you standing on?
I'm on Team Pepe, bro.
He's an Arab Muslim. We get along.
Exactly. I'm Arab, bro, but yeah, bro, I fucked with everything that he said. I fucked with Nick Fuentes, and to be honest, I listened to Hitler's speeches in English, and the first 20 minutes made me cry.
Praise be to the Lord.
Praise the Lord.
So, Pepe, you're saying you're pro-Hitler now?
You didn't know that already? He's like my fucking idol. Holy shit.
So Bavarian, what's the reason you don't like Jews?
Because they captured every single industry, right? From banking to steel to the military industry, like everything, including the media. They social engineer the people with the media, right? So that's why we have feminism, LGBT, that's why people are retarded. Every problem you can trace back to them. And they fucked up the economy, they run the banks, they're making us poor, we can't afford a home. When 30 years ago, we can do that working at McDonald's. So what happened? They're devaluing their currency, they're making us go to wars. They're fucking up my country. I shouldn't even be here.
Bavarian,
With my oil money, that's how I'm supposed to be living.
Bavarian, if that's true. So, Bavarian, if all of that is true, why did they let you own? Why did they let you own a home 30 years ago, then?
Bro, it was affordable.
Right, but why don't they allow it to be affordable?
Because the market got Jews.
Affordable 30 years ago.
Bro, because they didn't manipulate the markets the way that they have today. They didn't
Well,
cause
they didn't have control of the markets then, so the
Yeah, it's all the Jewish speculators, the Jewish hedge fund managers, the greedy Jew.
Right, and before they weren't Jews, but then they suddenly became Jews.
No, the ones that weren't Jews, the one anti-Semite you guys hate so much, Mr. Ford, he even said, I will not pay my employees a wage where they cannot easily afford one of my automobiles. And then his whole problem is because the Jew financiers came in, they're like, we can get some schmeckles out of these people. Let's not pay them these guys a silly living wage. And they tried to just
So Pepe, when did this happen?
I don't remember, but this happened, bro.
Oh, you don't remember, but you know it happened. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
The international Jew.
You guys never heard of Federal Reserve. They created the IRS.
I have a question for you, Barry. You said the Jews did all this stuff, right? So why did they miss indoctrinating you?
You said what?
Why did they?
I'm not, because I'm Muslim at the end of the day, I'm Arab. We already know that the Jews are fucked up.
I know, but
So
how did they?
growing up, I never believed the Holocaust.
Yeah, Catholics and Muslims have immunity through our faiths. Like we don't come to the Jews like.
Pepe, let me talk to him, please.
As a kid, I didn't believe in the Holocaust.
I know, I understand. All the stuff you said, I got it. My question is, you are so indoctrinated by this one people group that you are 20. If they did not indoctrinate you, why are you so focused on them?
Bro, they indoctrinate everyone in, mostly the society.
Like you, though, how did you get so indoctrinated by the rhetoric that you say?
Indoctrinated by what rhetoric? I don't get it by Jewish rhetoric?
Yes,
How am I indoctrinated by Jews? I don't support Jews.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute, hold on. You don't support them. I'm thinking rich if you don't support them.
You said what?
How do they make money for not participating and giving them money?
When I buy things because they own all the corporations. Well, that's no choice. I can't live Amish.
You can't live. You could live Amish. Why can't you be Amish?
Well, I'm not. First of all, I'm not Amish.
You're not. I know. My question comes
I'm but I can't really do that. That's hard for me to do. I don't have the money. I don't have
Jews are an ethno-religion. You can't just joke like.
Okay, hold on, Pepe. I got it. So,
farmland, bro.
I got it. I know that. Do you think all the land around the world are owned by Jews?
No, but I was born here in America, bro.
I know that.
They destroyed my home country by the Jews and America.
Okay, so give me one thing. I just want one thing. What have the Jews destroyed that you know that affects you?
America.
Okay. America.
No. Give me something specific. That's too broad.
So, the banking system and the economy. So we can't afford it.
No. You're doing multiple things. Okay, thank you. Please explain to me, how did the Jews destroy banking?
So, first of all, they monopolized banks, right?
All right, very good. You know what? Right now,
fractional reserve banking.
I got
their banking policies like that. They lend out majority of what's in the bank.
I've been asking all of this shit, fam. These one.
So I'm asking this last question. This is my last question for you. Do you know how many total Jews there are in the world?
Yeah, 5 of them.
Yeah. How many total Jews in the world?
5.
They're like 0.02 of America in the world. In Israel, there's like 15 million. I don't know how much around the world exactly.
No, it's like 16 or 17 million, I think. So.
Okay. So thanks, Pepe. So let's say there's 16 million. There's 8.4 billion people on planet Earth. If what you want me to believe is that the These 16 million people is controlling the whole world.
Bro, you don't know that they own the slave markets and the slave
No.
The markets were closed.
Dude, they did not own the slave markets. That's
Hold on, guys.
They were on Saturday, not Saturday.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna say this to you again. You want us to believe that 16 million religious Jews or non-religious Jews run the whole world and work? Okay, hold on. So is that what you're submitting to all of us? I just want to make sure.
I believe that they have monopolies in key industries, and that allows them to act as a state within a state.
So that's exactly what you expect us to believe.
All right.
You expect us to believe on a planet of 8 billion people and 16 million people control it?
Before anything, can I ask you one question?
Wait, let's get back to Jim. Let's get back to specifics.
Can I ask you one question?
So he said that fractional reserve banking was an example of the Jews taking over the banking system. Fractional reserve banking in the United States goes back to 1781. So don't give me this BS that the Jews were behind it.
I said that's one of their policies.
You controlled them, but you're wrong. Because it predates, it goes back to 1781. So there's always been fractional reserve banking in the United States. It's not because of the Jews. It's nothing to do with the Jews.
They had to cut interest rates, so you shoved the Jews into doing it.
That's
So
not
there
true.
are a lot of people who are Jewish banking, but they don't control anything.
They made the Civil Rights Act and the immigration policies. They brought me into this fucking country.
They created immigration policies.
You think Jews control the immigration policy?
Perhaps there's a few things. First of all, we can look at the far radical left and the very prominent roles that is a lot of Jews, to say the least, in the U.S. But if you look at the 1965 Hart-Celler Act, that was something that was spearheaded by Jews in particular, and there's several reasons for it. But long story short, Bernard Britt, whatever the ADL was called before, they're the ones who had really pushed for it. They ended up getting somewhat of a coalition, mainly with Italians, because the nation of the national quota that we had for the nation of origins, which favored Western Europe, disfavored Southern and Eastern Europe. And so it goes right. They goes right a book.
God bless America. Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay.
Jews did feel uncomfortable living in a country that was largely homogenous, where they were racist, because those kinds of populations usually turned on them. And also, they felt like there was a great injustice done when ships were turned back from Germany and Eastern Europe, where Jews ended up basically having to face the Holocaust. So those were their main motivations, I guess you could say. But yes, that was largely, I'll just use the term, spearheaded by Jews. Civil Rights Act, that was the quote-unquote white people that were with Dr. Martin Luther King. Jews in the ADL brag about this. I mean, that's widely known. They did take a very leading role in civil rights. So, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know much, Pepe. Try reading a history book sometime. I'd like to answer the question of, why are you jealous of Trump? That's really just a fake title, kind of like a lot of the bullshit that Pepe says about Jews, because he's got a limited scope of understanding and very limited awareness of who the Jews are, what they do, when everybody's personal lives is all about. Pepe just spreads his misinformation and hate speech because he's low IQ and he's got brain rot. But the truth about Trump is that everyone on this app, from liberal to Democrat, anybody with hate in their heart is merely projecting onto our glorious orange president because he's evergreen. Evergreen means catch-all. And so if you hate something about yourself, many people project that onto Trump, and that's called ad hominem projection. In the same way that Pepe projects onto the Jews his own inferiority complex, lack of intelligence, lack of self-esteem, lack of height, lack of decorum, because any young man that says the N-word 100,000 times in just a couple of years and praises Hitler clearly was a boxer for too long, and he's got brain mush, brain rot. That's where the actual hard part of the frontal cortex dissolves and liquefies, and you become the R word, very much like Pepe and other R word people who spend 40 hours a week thinking about J words when they could be reading a book, going to the gym, making money, making love to a woman, doing something, gardening, woodworking, anything other than talking about a group of minorities because their self-esteem is in the garbage. I rest my case, and I am complete. Hello?
Bro was yapping, I swear to God.
Yapping.
Could not follow it.
Because you don't speak English. That was a good roast. Got to record all these good roasts, you know?
Is this room going or not? Is it shut down? Oh.
The debris. That's all. That debris. Okay. And the reason why is you just said he was inhabited. It's a title of the room.
Oh, look at that. I got a heart from Miriam. Because Bavarian, I hear, obviously doesn't speak English, couldn't understand a word I said. And so again, if you are living your life and you don't like the J words, well, do you know how much history there is to actually sort through and look up? I was putting some links in the chat about when Americans, for the first time, went to war against the Muslims in Tripoli. Because these cocksuckers were running slave rackets and they wanted America to pay them their jizya. And you know what? That Ummah, we busted their asses and we got our soldiers back, but we still paid them $60,000 when our commander said, fuck that, don't give them nothing. So there's always conflict, and not many people know that America actually went to war with France after the French Revolution and they killed their king. And we said, all right, well, your loan is canceled. And now, because you're attacking us, we are going to wage war against France. You see how political treaties and allies can change overnight? In the same way that I hope you'll stop your your Jew hate. It's so stupid. Try reading a fucking book. Try doing something with your life instead of screaming into a conference call that you think the J words are in control of all the industries and making your life miserable. Sounds to me like you're just a fucking complainer. A chronic, complaining little cunt that needs to go to the gym and read a book and do something with your life. Try to be productive. Hello? Try playing music. Maybe you're going to want to get a music instrument one day, and maybe you're going to want to start a band. Because you could make more money in music and create libraries of music than J-word hate speech all day. What do you think about that, you fucking loser?
Maybe you're gonna want to start a band.
Not many people like the Beatles, but at least they didn't spread hate messaging all day long because their brains were the size of my fucking testicle. You know, you got little brain syndrome. You need to be creative in life. You can't just go around complaining all the time like Pepe. That makes you pathetic. No woman can respect a man that screams into his phone J-word hate speech all day or even N-word speech all day. Hello? Hello? This is the John Kitover Band bringing you your reverse engineered anti-Semitic reverse hate speech propaganda of the day to defeat the low IQ rats.
Okay, bro. If you want to talk about the music industry, don't Jews use the music industry to spread degeneracy to Christians? Don't they spread porn?
Don't the Muslims call the non-believers the enemy and they got to pay a jizz tax, a tribute to their ummah? It sounds to me like the Democrats, basically. In-group, out-group. I want liberty. And you know what? That means I get to consume what I want to consume. That means I get to think what I want to think, feel what I want to feel, say what I want to say. I'm not a Muslim, okay? I'm free. I'm in America, and we wage war against the Muslim pirates, the slave masters of Islam, the blackmailers and the blood money Muslim hustlers, the terrorists, the mafia. We'll fight them all. Hello?
Invade and conquer parts of Europe. They opened the castle gates for the Muslims in Iberia. And Muslims had it for 800.
And guess what year it is right now, motherfucker? It's 2026, and we will blow up any cocksucking terrorist Muslim motherfucker and send them straight back to Allah. Hello?
When the Spanish Inquisition was happening, they kicked out both the Jews and Muslims together because the Jews were helping the Muslims conquer Spain. The Jews were
Oh yeah, post a link to that, big guy. Let's read your history. Guess what the racist Christians of Spain did when they kicked the Muslims out? They were like, you know what? Let's kick them all out because we hate everybody. That's what happened, man. It's not because the Jews were conspiring to overthrow the Christians. Besides, again, it's 2026, and we got a constitutional Republican form of democracy here. I don't know what century you live in, you fucking Muslim rat, but it's 2026, bitch, and you better come in compliance, or we will send the Marines back into your country to teach you a lesson that you will never forget. Hello?
Oh boy. Hey, Goldstein, what's going on around here? Thanks for the harmonica.
Oh no, I heard it. Trust me, I heard it. We'll talk about it in a second. That was one for the ages. Oh my gosh.
Edward was going, but I ended up liking
Hey, Edward, don't the Jews spread degeneracy with the entertainment industry?
Hold on, 1 second. Peruvian, what do you say?
Don't the Jews spread degeneracy with the entertainment industry that they have a monopoly on?
I have no clue. Where do you get that information from?
Yeah, so do they have a monopoly in Hollywood?
I have no clue. I don't know what
Do
you
you have Tom Cruise?
No. Do you know what you
the obvious answer, though, they do have a monopoly on Hollywood.
Peppy, hold on. I'm going to be honest with both of you. I've never met a Jew who owns anything in Hollywood. The music or anything else. I don't know them. So how I'm going to place that I don't know. I don't know, guys. I'm being honest with you.
How many shekels did they pay you, bro?
Okay, first of all, I'm trying to be real with you, and I know that you like comedy, but I'm not a comedian, okay? I'm going to say to you again, I don't know a Jew that owns anything in Hollywood. I don't know a Jew that put out anything degenerate. I don't know them. Never met
I don't know them personally either, but people like Harvey Weinstein.
I know. Hold on, sir.
What about Dan Schneider?
Okay, listen to me.
You don't know these people? What are you talking about?
No, I don't know them.
You don't know Steven Spielberg?
Okay, hold on, guys, please. I'm going to say this to you again. If you believe that you can just get on any speaker or mic and just talk because you've heard of a name or saw it in the media, and now you're going to go out and actually proclaim it, it shows people how much more that you have zero evidence of anything. Just talk, people. Okay?
See, anybody can do ad hominem filibustering if you got no fucking life. If you come on a conference call to just create hate speech communication.
So I did a Jew ended up responding. I forget which mainstream publication this was. He's like, no, actually, he's correct. We do run Hollywood, and those that ran all the major studios, all Jewish. Now, Jews they were the pioneers, the founders of Hollywood. So, you know, it's not like they infiltrated and did something, but and took it over. But that is one.
I know. Let me ask you a question, then. You said they run it, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a question. So you're telling me that everybody that works in Hollywood is made to work there?
That doesn't change the fact of who ultimately runs it.
No. Just answer my question. You're correct. It does not change the fact who runs it. But I do have a choice of where I work. Correct?
Yeah. So.
And I don't work in Hollywood. I know no Jew in Hollywood. I don't know anything about the music they're putting out. And you know what? I don't choose to work in that industry or profession. So I hear you loud and clear. But what you asked me, and Berrigan asked me, do I know this? I do not have any firsthand evidence of who runs anything.
Okay.
I don't.
We get it.
I posted something in the chat.
All right, so let's tell you that we're telling you that the Jews have a monopoly in the entertainment industry, like music and freaking Hollywood, even news, and they socially engineer the public. They spread degeneracy.
In like your opinion, right? Because there's a lot of black musicians that might take, offense at what you say in Bavarian. You spreading a lot of Jew hate and a lot of bullshit. You should try to check your own society and your own culture before you start.
They don't understand what I say on Twitter. All my niggas not.
Hey, guys, if I get hell, okay, one more time. I drop you guys because listen, I have no shame. Please.
I've been trying to say something. I don't know why they keep coming off the mic. Every time I say something, somebody come.
I did join the room.
Hello, lady.
Yeah, moderators. Bavarian just said Heil Hitler. I think that's pretty fucking racist. You should probably kick that racist motherfucker to the goal.
So, this is what I want to do. I'm going to let Lady go, and then I'd like Matt and King to get into what happened this afternoon in their conversation, okay? So go ahead, Lady, and then we're going to go right to Matt. He's going to introduce our friend King.
Thank you. I apologize for interrupting, but I did post a link in the chat called Hollywoodism and the American Dream. It's a link you can look up on YouTube on how the Jews created Hollywood. It's a very, very interesting documentary about how they create like television, entertainment during that time. And this happened like after the First World War, which was dealing with like Germany and I forget the other country they were born with. I don't know if it was the U.S., but I think it was the U.S. and Germany. I know the U.S. was a part of it, but anyway, it definitely deals with how they started to curate and create entertainment, because that was during the time when the first black and white TV was made and all of that stuff, and making movies, and they created blackface and all of those things. So all of that.
Don't forget the technology involved to actually distribute, manufacture, produce films at scale, not just all the negative shit you're talking about.
I'm almost done. But all I wanted to say, yeah, but just all I wanted to say, like, the Khazarians and the Khazars is really what they make up of themselves because they don't consider themselves white, like American, like they despise white men, like American white men. So that's very telling. But they created this Hollywoodism, and they control the media. They control any outlets that influence large groups of people. And I land there.
Thank you for your intelligent.
I'm going to take a Peruvian. 1 second. Okay, this is Peruvian. Did you hear what I said is going to happen? I'm going to let her speak, and I'm going to turn her over to Matt. Okay, I'm going to copy her document because I don't have any information on it yet. I want to go through it though. So go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
Appreciate it, Edward. Thank you. Keen, you want to start with the Kona?
Yeah, Ro Khanna. So Congressman Ro Khanna will be, and this is breaking. Have several people I've spoken to. I'm trying to wait for actual documented evidence, but he's going to, right now, he's pushing hard. He's getting money from donors in India and other places to push hard for H-1B legislation to increase the number of H-1Bs in this country. And he and Thomas Massie plan on exonerating Donald Trump to get Donald Trump to say to push the bill and move it forward. So basically, their plan is to say, "Hey, we'll tell everyone that your name is not in the files and your name is not anywhere if you back this legislation to increase the number of H-1Bs in this country." Now, I don't know what Massie gets out of it, but apparently that's the plan, and there's a ton of money coming into him. Let's just put it that way. And he has his wife has estates and has a lot of that he claims he has no visibility into, but she has she's a multi-millionaire both in India and also in the United States. So I don't know how he's getting the money, but that's all I know. So I just want to share that. And then you want to talk about what happened this morning, Matt?
Yeah, so I heard it off and on. So I don't know the whole story of what was going on, but if you want to give some of the backstory, go for it. I mean, that was just, I heard it, and that was incredible. But go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, so, everyone's friend Ben was in Patty's room, and basically, so this guy came up, I forgot what that guy's name was, but he made a comment saying, the way Donald Trump, he was talks to media and talks to reporters is horrible. A president should be more respectful when they're talking. I said, okay, yeah, Donald Trump talks horribly to reporters, true. But other presidents have talked horribly as well. So, to have this expectation that they're always going to be respectful is ludicrous. And he said, no, it's only Trump. No one else did that. So then and I said, what are you talking about? Then Dan jumps in to try to defend him. What are we talking about? Are you trying to compare Joe Biden? And then I went through, Biden basically cursing on a hot mic to Peter Doocy. And he goes, but then he apologized. I'm like, okay, so their national intent is to do those things. And then, he also was pretty rude to Caitlin Collins. He goes, are you trying to equivocate that? I said, no, I'm not equivocating that. I said, the way Donald Trump talks to them is horrible. We could debate whether that's warranted or not based upon what they're doing to him and what they're saying. But yeah, the way he talks is horrible, sure. Right? And should he talk that way? Probably not if they're being genuine and honest. But then he just went back and forth, and he was going nitpicking over, I sent him a source about, what the White House did to journalists under Biden, and had a quote from you were there for that, Matt. You had a quote from the president of the White House correspondence. And he's like, oh, well, it's not the president. I said, dude, the source says it on the bottom. He goes, no, it's a different timeline. He wasn't. I'm like, dude, it says it on the article. What the fuck? He goes, oh, he wasn't president at that time. I said, so then Fox News is gaslighting. No, they're not. I said, well, then are they telling the truth? That's not what it says. I said, read the article. It says that in there. And he tried to change the whole thing because he was trying to defend Biden. It was pretty outrageous.
It is classic goat. You know what I mean? And the things that you are saying. I love the part where you were saying, "Well, did Biden say that?" Do you remember all the times you asked Ban that? Because what Ban does is he what's the word? Not touches it up. I'm just gonna
projects. He projects.
Yeah. Well, not only that, just like he'll say stuff that people didn't say, right?
Right.
He has a way with language.
Right.
If you listen to him, so he'll put his spin on what we know what Biden really said, and just do a whole different narrative around what he said.
He was talking He goes, no, it's because she said, why, do you think, Vladimir Putin should do this? So she asked him a question, and he got upset. No, it's the context of, he didn't. I said, dude, you just said she didn't ask a question, and now you're saying it's because she asked a question. That's not what I'm saying. There's context. So he says, you're stupid because the way I said, did he say that? Like, did he actually say that because you asked us, or did he just say you're stupid? Like, you're stupid. Like, it doesn't make sense. And so he just was trying to justify it. And, whatever. I mean, in the end, it was like, I'm not going to. Yeah. I in the end relented because number one, I had to get back to work. Yeah. Yeah, no, I was like, look, I gotta go. All right, you're right. I shouldn't have called you a stupid, fucking piece of shit or whatever I called you. Yeah, you're right. I was wrong. Let's move on, Okay, yeah, you're right. I was wrong, man. You feel better, and all that. And just move on. And I'm saying, yeah, it's true. No, that's not what I was saying. I said, you made the comment that you were trying to say. You were trying to hurt me, trying to say you're equating the two. You were trying to say, no, I'm not trying to equate it. My premise is that Donald Trump is to say, I mean, he's ruder than any other president. Now I didn't say this, but we could talk about the merits of why he is, but yeah, he's ruder. I mean, that's a fact. He's ruder. He's more of a jerk to reporters than anyone else. He uses horrible language to talk about them compared to any other president. But at the same time, I mean, you can't say that no president does it. Everyone has been respectful and talking to reporters. You can't say
that was your point. By the way, that's your whole point. Needs to be in. If you're saying that all presidents have been disrespectful.
Yeah, and Trump, and I said, look, I conceded it. Yeah. Trump is worse. That's what he said. Trump is worse. But to make this premise that they should be respectful at all times, which is what this guy is saying, like, were you outraged when Biden was like, then Ban says, you gave only 2 examples. To say that he was horrible with 2 examples, dude, the guy was cherry picking his questions. He was so.
All you're paying attention to is the media. You need to pay attention to the facts, not the media. Pay attention to the facts. Stay away from it.
And maybe you don't want to know somebody's gonna.
You need to, y'all need to download Newsmax.
Oh, yeah, because they're not buying it.
Literally, straight up. Newsmax. Go on Newsmax and you don't have, you choose who you want to listen to. You choose who you want to listen to, like you choose how you want to listen to me.
Bro, but check this out. But honestly, even Newsmax is a night too. I mean, in news too, in a way, for our side, in that way. So I mean, it's hard to find down the middle, somewhat reasonable. But yeah, what I was gonna say was, I mean, for how much
like philosophy.
shit
You guys suck at
Trump
it.
does get from the media. I mean, is the number 90% negative coverage? Is that real? You know, you didn't know that.
And negative coverage. But then, people like Ben will say, yeah, but he's got a whole network. Like, look at what he does with Laura Ingraham and all this stuff. And I was going to go down this road, but then I was like, if you guys were on stage, at least I had a couple more people on stage, I would have done it.
Yeah.
But I was going to go down this road of saying, look, you want to go through this? We can let's play this game.
That's the wrong area to be in. I don't know why anybody would want to challenge us in the media area. That's been
Matt,
my biggest thing so far is they've been complicit.
Well, Matt, they'll say Fox News list. The thing to be very clear on, and you can do it right now, Google Fox News nightly lineup, right? And you'll see that they don't consider 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. as news. They don't. But they call Abby Phillips news. They call, CNN calls Abby Phillips news. Right?
What's that dude? The guy,
Yeah, Anderson Cooper. They call him news. Wolf Blitzer. Yeah, McDonald, they call him. They call Caitlin Collins, they call her news, right? So they call these guys news, right? Now on Fox, they have Brett Baer. Brett Baer is probably their only true news anchor, and he's at 6 or 7, right? They have the 5 before that, which is like a talk show type thing, right? So to say that, well, look at Fox. Fox has a lot of viewers, but they're more about entertainment. It's like WWE, right? You watch it's entertainment. Right, so yes, they're talking about the big events. They're talking about they're clear that all news is opinion. And they call it their opinion section. They don't call Laura news anchor. In fact, if there's news to be broken, she gets interrupted by an anchor who comes and says, "Here's what occurred." And
Laura's
she's interested. Right.
So how does anybody consider him a non-biased source? I mean, have you guys ever listened to that guy? I mean, it's just constant diarrhea, TDS on his part. I mean, I don't understand how anybody can think that anything that he's saying is not like completely biased. You know what I mean? And that's played all day over in the Lisa 420 Lounge. I'm like, oh my god, at least be like somewhat reasonable. Like I don't even think that guy's brought up one thing about Trump that's somewhat reasonable. That was my point. It's really bad. It's really like why can't I say that that's a propaganda arm of the media? Like why can't I?
You had a media that was complicit, except Fox, that was complicit in covering up for a president of the United States' mental condition because it was the right thing to do because it would make the Donald Trump faction excited. It would give him a reason to win. It would allow Republicans to take charge. So they made a knowing effort to say we're going to mislead the American public on this. And then you have Jake Tapper come out and write a book after the election. Because why write it? Because if we write it beforehand, then it could impact, him acting like he didn't know about this all the time. Meanwhile, these guys were complicit. See, it's interesting because people are still holding Jake Tapper in reverence. They're still holding Nora O'Donnell. I mean, what's his name? Van was going off about, look at how she spoke. I don't know if you heard that shit, but, look at what she says. So, dude, you don't ask the question the way you ask it. Like, what do you mean? How should she ask it? She asked about his intentions. And I said, really? That was his intention? That you saw me where I got him on that? I said, okay, let's read the manifesto. And then I read other intentions, which had to do with, bombing children and all that stuff. She didn't read that. He goes, oh, sorry, she didn't read that. Then I was like, he talked about other crimes. Yeah, those go under crimes, don't they? So yeah, she did mention it. I said, no, she didn't, bro. She mentioned one specific paragraph because she wanted to do a gotcha to Donald Trump and try to do that. She wasn't asking because the public deserved to know. If she wanted to, she could have read the whole manifesto. She goes, well, probably she didn't have time. I said, dude, I could read it to you right now in 2 minutes. Are you saying she doesn't have 2 minutes of time to come on? So what
happens is people don't want to accept, especially on the left, that the media does this on purpose because it's the only way they can get their message out. Nobody wants to listen to their shit. Nobody wants to listen to Abby Phillip talk. Nobody wants to listen to these people, right? And so, they play this game. And I think it's important, Matt, that we hold that account. In fact, I would say we should do one room every month or every week or something on holding the media accountable and just talk about the most egregious.
And just for social media too, like all of it, not just.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and you bring that's a great point, because going into this next cycle of elections coming up, it's not that far away. I mean, 2 years flies pretty quickly. We're gonna have to be getting to that mode of holding things accountable again. You know what I mean? So we might as well start doing it again. You're completely right on that. So.
And look at the gaslighting that's happening. I mean, right now there was, you look at how the media and the propaganda of the Democratic Party has shaped some of the shit going on in this world is incredible. You have the German chancellor who's saying that Iran is essentially winning the war, right? Which is absolutely ludicrous. I mean, no, even Wall Street Journal won't say that. But you have the German chancellor saying why? Because they're reading shit that Hakeem Jeffries and others are talking about. And I think the problem here, honestly, is if you look at it, as a reporter asked Hakeem Jeffries, one reporter said, hey, your name was mentioned in the Epstein files. Are you going to return the money that was collected by donations? They mentioned once, your name was there, we didn't even know that was an article, and then moved on and asked another question. Done, right? Did what? I mean, is he going to say, hey, Bill Clinton, seemed to do events for Democrats, and his name is all over the Epstein file. Are you guys going to disavow Bill Clinton? Like, even Fox won't ask that. Why? If there's certain areas we don't go. Well, they go there with Donald Trump, but you won't go there with them. Like, those are the problems that I have with the media, is that they seem to pick and choose when they ask the questions and how hard they ask you. And yet that Chinese chick, the one that was the White House correspondent, Wei Zhang or whatever her name is, right?
Yeah.
You know what she says? She says Donald Trump, when he was there, he basically, and she was like 90s. She was like, he was like, "Are you okay?" And like he was like making sure she was all right. And I mean, you have what's his name? And I forgot his name, but I said it the other day. His name. Anyway, he's a reporter, I think, with ABC or something, and he says the next day, Donald Trump calls us. The media does this. Yeah, Trump calls us and says, "Hey, it's the only way." He's like, "Are you okay?" He's like, "Yes." I'm like, first part of me is like, Trump, you should just say fuck you to these guys, right? At the same time, he's like, hey, are you all right? Apparently, and she's not talking about it, but I heard from someone I know who knows them that Trump reached out and said, hey, Caitlin, I know you were supposed to get recognized today. Why don't you come one day to the White House? Meet some of the team here. Press shop will take you out. You guys can have some food or whatever here. And invited her to come one day to the and she won't talk about it because CNN will be blah blah blah. But and people say, well, anyone would do that. Well, true, but would Hitler do it? I mean, you guys call him Hitler, right? So would Hitler do that? Like, and so it's just it's mind-boggling.
Maybe I'd be less on the media if, say, in that 60 gaslighting that's happening. But if maybe there was, maybe like a question that is actually somewhat of interest to everybody. But that makes sense, right? Not just one side. We don't get that anymore. Like, even as cheesy as it might sound, just asking him about what does he think about the country? Where do you think we're going? Like, that's a simple question that never gets asked anywhere. I think if you go back like 10, 15, 20 years, you'll see a reporter asking our president that kind of question. You know what I mean? Like, whatever happened to those kind of questions?
Well,
all it is now is I
well,
got
man, we live in social media and we live in a world of trying to make headlines happen and trying to get.
Yeah. And people with money
Well, and they want to make money.
Backing these people in the States.
Yeah, I mean, they want to make money. I mean, so you're looking at it, right? Everyone wants a headline. I mean, you look at it at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Shots fired, and the shooter's dead. The shooter's dead, and then they're wrong. But what bothers me is the media doesn't say, "Hey guys, we made it. Hey, we made a mistake. We wrongly reported that the shooter was dead." They just kind of go on, "Oh, so the shooter's alive, okay," and they don't go and say, "Hey, we wrong."
Who's your friend? Oh, that's bullshit.
What's interesting about Patty's room as well is Patty eats her own. She was screaming at some woman about, "You didn't even say nothing about the motherfucking ballroom." Hello?
But CNN is kind of pushing. But Brad, hold on. So CNN is also kind of pushing. In some ways, correct.
You know for a fact.
Brad,
I'm not red pill. I'm just asking. Why do you know it for a fact?
Yeah.
Well, now you're being mean. Now you're being mean. Now you're being dogmatic. Are you upset?
Sorry.
All I did was question.
Based on this.
All I did was question.
I'll let you go in a second. Let's
Why are you
baseline this?
Why are you so?
You don't know this guy, right? You always get.
Why are you so mad, dude? Calm down. It's okay, bro.
All right, okay, but baseline. Hold on a second. Baseline. You're just interrupting the conversation. So, I will move you to the audience. So just shut your fucking slurp pipe, okay, and stay on mute. Okay.
Well, that was moving.
Jesus Christ! I didn't want to fight tonight. I wanted to have a chill discussion. I had a long day at work. I've got to figure out a $250,000 fucking cost savings for somebody. So, shit. But back to our original discussion. I agree with you. Post the podium speech, which, by the way, hats off to the guy showing up in tuxes. I think that's how our president should fucking look all the time. But and I loved how he was flanked by men. They came out like ballers, let's go. But they basically, I agree with you. The MSNBC and then the morning after what was going on this morning was just bullshit. And then crying about Jimmy Kimmel getting his ass canned. I agree with you all the way on that one. But at the time, I think there was just a lot of confusion in the ballroom and around the area and in the law.
So Jimmy Kimmel, just so I'm clear, he made the comment that about chopping the widow. But that's you don't do that.
I don't think that's funny. Could you imagine? I don't know who's fucking no late night host would have dare said shit on Obama like that. We would never have come up with that. I would never have said, "Oh, Michelle Obama looks like she's about to be a widow." Nobody would have thought it. That's just
true.
it's just I am so no. But he's not even press. He's a shit. I personally say keep him on because we won Michigan. I mean, it literally is.
Well, Brad, the thing that bothers me is this, right? And we as Republicans don't do this, right? And even our media doesn't do this, but our Republicans should do it too, right? You know how every time something happens, they ask a Republican or they ask Trump to disavow, right? No one is doing that. Like, Dana Bash tried on CNN with Raskin. Do you feel responsible for your rhetoric? And then Raskin said, well, I don't know what you're talking about. What rhetoric? Well, I got no problem with Donald Trump. And blah, blah. And then she said, well, you called him a Nazi. Well, I mean, this and that's it. Then they just ended and move on. Say, well, we asked for a question with Don. They didn't even say, well,
Jeffrey.
You have.
I'm not King Jeffrey.
What's his name?
That was crazy. He doubled down. Right?
Yeah, he doubled down about what?
King Jeffries just recently, wait, didn't he double down this morning, or was it Sunday?
He said
warfare. Yeah, there you go.
You're out.
And he doubled down, and that's acceptable, right? And so why is everyone not going to Schumer and going to every other Democrat and saying, do you support the comments of Jeffries? Do you support? No, they don't. They just go, oh, well, Jeffrey said, okay, let's report it. Let's move on. Because if we keep asking them that, then one of them's going to get caught in something. And it's just like with Swallow-Well, right? They cover up all the.
Wait. That's a good point. Did any Republican come out and say anything as a blanket target towards the Democrat Party about Swallow?
Never.
No. Is there any? No. Not even Trump. Trump didn't say anything. So, again, they get a pass on this, and then as soon as we do, because, he swallows well, especially what Fang Fang said, I mean, I just don't get it, and I'm sick and tired of it. I don't like turning the other cheek anymore. I'm just tired. Everybody's tired.
Hello?
Trump should take advantage of this and flip the tables on the media, or at least the people that's in front of him at any given moment, and ask them if they support the manifesto. It's really simple.
Exactly.
At the bottom of that, it's saying that he's a pedophile, that he's a rapist, and all these other things, and they've been saying that. So they should just get him on record.
Yeah, 60 Minutes with the bullshit or whatever that interview was.
It's also Jamie Raskin.
Reading the manifesto, and she was reading it out for viewers to do. And Trump, the way he responded was just horrible. And I said, what do you mean? Like, she missed a piece of it. No, she was reading his motive. And then I was like, no, that was a piece of it. That was his motive. I said, then I read the rest of the thing, and I said, he talks about the death of children. That's not in there. He goes, well, maybe it is, it doesn't matter. And so basically, she did it purposely to put him in a box. Now, the problem is that this is going to be the thing that she was doing it to tell Democrats, hey, run about this, right? Run on this. And so that's why Trump is not pushing the manifesto, because it mentions these comments about, pedophile and all this stuff, right? And on the side note, Brad, which I think you'll find interesting, I don't know if you were here earlier when I broke the news about Ro Khanna. Congressman Ro Khanna is taking money from Indian-backed organizations right now for the H-1B, to push the H-1B program. And him and Tom and Massey are planning on going to Trump and saying, we will exonerate you with the Epstein files if you push this. And push the H-1B, increase of H-1B program. And Trump will do it. But,
What is on? What are
Meaning saying that your name is not in the files and you're not a pedophile.
I don't know.
I know.
Today will come out.
But he's not in there. That's the whole thing. Like that's the.
Yeah, that's.
There's no lead. Like even with like what is there left? Like maybe 13-15% of the files haven't been released. Okay, so magically, but there's no commonality threat. Like it's been ran through every GI or AI fucking algorithm to find anything associated with it. They have teams of people still poring over it, looking at it. There's nothing connecting Trump. They were like, oh, he's on the flight logs. Yeah, but he never went to the island because he was on the flight logs before 1996 when the island was fucking born. So you don't have that you don't have that like signed, sealed, delivered. Like it's only Trump, and they're not going after anybody else. They're not locking up anybody else. They're not targeting anybody else on that list. They're not protesting at anybody else's funds. It's only Trump that matters. And at this point, I would tell Trump, like, you guys don't give a fuck about the Epstein list. The only thing you cared about was whether my name was associated with him in any kind of way, but you weren't upset about it. And then you brought Clinton's in for a fucking shill of a fucking deposition, and just to make it look optical, and you let Hillary do her grandstand or Benghazi tears again.
So do you think Kash Patel is not the man to bring charges? Because, I mean, does he need to be fired? Because if Trump isn't, these people are called, Raskin is saying that MAGA Republicans need to go to re-education camps. They're saying Republicans need to go to re-education camps. Are you listening to Jamie Raskin and other radical Democrats saying that they're going to arrest Republicans when they get back into power? So how is Donald Trump not going to fire Kash Patel and put a warrior in there? Kick me from the room to the goo. Kick me from the room to the goo. They don't want to hear me say the truth. So they kick me to the goo. They know it's true. Why do they kick me to the goo? Why is Brad Stauffenberger denying a $250,000 claim for a child? What up, son? They kicked me to the goo.
Yeah, you're bringing up some pretty interesting points into the Matrix.
I know. They don't want me to participate in their Matrix experience. So here we are, responding. This is why I record everything, because it's like, what's the point of doing all this?
I don't give Trump this credit, but so many times we've fallen for this trap as conservatives, Republicans, Trump.
It's so funny how like everybody's Republican now, and people are just like, you know, what do they call it? Fucking fair weather fans.
You know, Naveen.
Yeah.
Naveen. When he hangs out with the Diogenes, right? And that fellow group of, you know, he totally like sells out Trump. And now, you know, when this happens, it's like he reverses his policy. He goes to supporting him again.
Yeah, Naveen is a super fair weather fan, but he does provide some interesting gossip that I will say that he's somehow privy to, you know, some relationships he has. Welcome, Miriam.
Hi, guys. I support Trump for 100%.
100%, always, forever, right? Well, see, that room is just like super boring now. It's called open discussion, but I mean, there's just like, anyways, it's not that big of a room anyways. There's very few people in there. It's just Marshall stinking Rankin in his cheetah jacket.
Dude, oh, that reminds me of like this one time in college, university biology class. I had to take off like this little shoes, and her feet were orange. Like, what? I just so gross.
But for some reason, I support Trump. He should give me some things.
Do you have any wisdom to share, Miriam?
No, he should to come to kiss my ass first. And then I negotiate with him.
You would think you would get that far?
Huh?
You think you would get that far? I don't think President Trump would kiss your ass.
No. He say that. He say that. He should do that.
I never heard him say kiss my ass.
No. I hear everything. Okay, that's enough for me. And then
I want liberty. And you know what? That means I get to consume what I want to consume. That means I get to think what I want to think, feel what I want to feel, say what I want to say. I'm not a Muslim, okay? I'm free. I'm in America, and we wage war against the Muslim pirates, the slave masters of Islam.
So, I've always voted Republican. I've never voted Democrat once, and never thought I ever heard a Democrat speaker ever say anything that I consider to be truthful. It always seems to be a lie, no matter what they say. And so I've never, ever found myself in a position to want to vote for a Democrat. And I've voted in, I think, every major election of all time. I mean, I voted in the Green Party once for Roseanne Barr because I figured, Roseanne isn't going to lie. So let's vote for Roseanne.
The press secretary.
No.
All this stochastic terrorism that's being sprung up by the Democrats.
No, do explain.
Like, this was a part of the manifesto from that guy. When you read the manifesto of the shooter, this is Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Ask yourselves, how different is the rhetoric from this almost assassin than what you read on social media and hear in various forms every single day? Yeah.
Now that I ate your black homes that was in Blue Heights.
And we smoke hookah and we smoke cannabis. That's chill.
Yeah, but you guys were very they're very perplexed by me, Neo, because the thing is I'm stuck in their fucking time loop algorithm because they can't fucking figure me out. They can't diagnose me, and so they've got all their behavioralists in there and all their stuff, and they're just like, wait a minute, people.
They're too advanced.
Exactly, and so I'm stuck with them fucking with them. And then I got so stuck with them that I'm like, oh my God, did I just uncover what is going on right here? Oh, it's kind of long. Okay, so now I've been stuck here. Thank you, Neo, for confirming.
Sometimes really good reasons for that, but I agree with you. Sometimes it's bullshit.
You have to take the cumulative total of a lot of little things. Oh boy.
And it also shows how little we actually know about medicine, the human body, and health.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Joe, I would say the exact opposite. I'd say we actually know a tremendous amount about health and how to keep it, how to preserve it, how not to destroy it. For example, the COVID-19 jab, that shows obviously we're completely ignorant as a population about how to actually maintain your health and not get lied to and hypnotized and propagandized with lotteries and Good Morning America, this is sponsored by Pfizer, etc. What do you think about that, Joe? Hello?
So, Alistair, I was disappointed to not see you on the list of politicians that have been banned or political hopefuls that have been banned from different establishments, such as like the Hard Rock or different restaurants. I thought I'd find you on there, and apparently not. It was hard. Hello?
Hello?
I've never had anybody come up to me and say, hey, are you John Kitover, that guy that ran for Congress? No, not yet. But I have had somebody come up to me and say, hey, are you that guy from Snapchat?
Well, no. You're the guy who ran for Congress but is now running for mayor of Chicago.
You're the guy who elevates his voice or raises. He goes into a tenor right at the end of every comment he makes.
I think,
well, he's actually a castrato.
Pragmatic, like looking someone in the eye and just saying something that's painfully obviously true is a good strategy for a campaign. Like the mayor in the city that I live in, he ran for re-election, and his campaign slogan, I kid you not, was, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. He won re-election. And you should just make your slogan, it can't be any worse than the last two administrations. Something like that. But
I was saying, don't be a dick.
Yeah, I like to say vote John is better than nothing.
Yeah.
I'm going to send you a text. I forgot who was in the room.
It's about awesome.
Oh, well, you better be.
But you know, my marketing materials are much better this campaign. I am going to shut down johnforcongress.com, I think, because like there's no point in paying for a campaign that's over. And I would like to keep it maybe for like SEO value, but I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Like, move on, let it go.
Why don't you do a redirect and just have it go for the website?
Yeah, just take the site down, but keep the domain in case you ever need it in the future.
No, I can. I can always register a new one. That's the thing about domains is like they have completely lost all value because you can just add an X on the end of anything, and it's like so it's all about your keyword optimization for the most part. But I'm in ketosis because I had some cheese pizza tonight, and I'm about to have a little more.
Heart attack. I take that back. That wasn't kind. Apparently not. It was.
Oh, I've had people here say, I hope your phones start on fire, you burn to death. I hope your house starts on fire. I've had many death threats. Many death threats. Regularly.
I hope you find some way to add value to your community and society at large.
Well, see, I've always hypothesized, like, what is the first way that you can actually change your community? And it turns out that improving yourself is actually the best way to change your community. It's the first and only place to start and finish. And really, that's called using your brain to improve your brain, which I doubt that you've done in quite a long time.
Trash for them because they're old and, be civic minded, but you do you.
Well, if you see my PTR, I'm holding up what's called a book. I doubt you've read one in many years. I know people that haven't read books in 20 years.
I actually can't read. That's why I'm on a voice app. Otherwise, I'd be on a.
See, actually, you can read because there's this thing called audio book, which is the same thing as a book, except in an audio version of a book. Hello? But people on Clubhouse.
Do you have any recordings of yourself having phone sex? How does it end? Does it end with a hello?
Could you imagine? I'm going to do that next time. Next time I get laid, right after I pop that load, I'm going to say, hello?
Do you consider phone sex you getting laid?
No, I'm talking about in the real world, in the fleshy domain this Friday, Saturday night. Hello? Thanks for the recommendation. Why did you say hello to me after you had your orgasm? Oh, this guy, Austin Powers, I know. He goes by a rubber ducky pirate. He told me that if you say hello after you ejaculate and then you articulate, you can go into ketosis, and it acts as an anticoagulant for fat, and you can lose weight. Hello? Has your Clubhouse been like glitching for you? It keeps glitching.
Glitchy?
Well, I keep getting kicked from rooms, and I'm just wondering, is it because my mic is not working?
John, can you spell cup?
Hello?
You pee.
God damn it.
I see you pee. You do not.
No, but.
No buts. Okay.
Fair enough. But John, can you spell cup?
Oh boy. My goodness.
he's looking up how to spell it right now.
We officially killed the rat.
No, I mean, I thought you were being facetious. Hello?
Hello?
Is this app glitching?
Maybe not one part of it.
Do you have Matt Gates' number on speed dial, John?
How'd you know?
Well, I was wondering, when is he going to replace Kash Patel with Matt Gaetz? Because I don't know if you saw Kash Patel's post, press dinner party where Kash Patel was like, "We took control of the crime scene. We called in the crime investigators and immediately started examining for evidence." I was like, what in the fuck? Like, this is so stupid. You know, like, he sounds so amateur. Like, it's his first time, like, running a crime scene.
Get a job at customer service.
Oh, I already run a nonprofit complaint department. You're participating in it right now. Hello?
And not profit. Yeah.
I'm so fucking bored I could weep. You're always bored. The city's gone vulgar, darling. I saw a gutter rat in the lobby. The lobby. They're letting them indoors now.
Oh my goodness.
I'll tell you what, John, how big of a donation would it take? I've got $37. So how big of a donation would it take for me to give you?
Just to leave.
Well, I think you would be.
Yeah, you can buy me off. I'll leave. I will leave if you just, like, pay me to leave. That's always an option. Let me get you a link. Please hold.
Right, yeah, I've got $37 to my name. I'm sort of I've got a lot of, I got a little bit of cheddar.
Austin has a lot of money. You could bilk him for more than that.
So what are we talking about? Like 3-4 cents? What? Like how much?
Oh, if you want me to leave, you gotta give me $10 at a minimum.
You want almost a quarter of my wealth?
Yeah. Just think of it. Think of how much I can give back to you for a lifetime. Oh, I give you 100x as a politician, no doubt. I mean, I'm going to cut your property taxes day number 1. Have you seen my 3-day plan? 25% day 1. Boom. Probably just saved you another $3,000 a year. Hello? Hello?
I don't know. It's very difficult to give a very specific answer. Rather, I say that when our founding fathers, and they weren't my father, but the founding fathers, nonetheless, they were thinking. They were smart. They didn't look like me, but them motherfuckers smart. They knew that people in time would try to change shit. They knew that because they knew how power is. Power corrupts. It don't have to be black or white if you work the.
That's why they gave us the law, Kenneth, the law.
But power corrupts. So, to the extent that our founding fathers were smart, I give them credit for that. And they knew that shit. And as a lawyer, I become aware over time of that fact. So, my sharing and my answer to that, and just to be profound specific, what was your question again? Because I want to land with that, because I know somebody else will say something. And I want to be specific to your answers.
Kenneth, what did the founding fathers know about Islam that the woke left Democrats have forgotten today about Islam, Kenneth? The Muslims. Hello?
Well, they didn't forget nothing. Did you see how they set you
They knew how to construct a fortress, is what you're saying.
Not like black people, but some did like black people.
But when it comes to even Islam, I forget, like some of the founding fathers, they called them Mohammedans back then, and they would say like they were open to them, as of course they're trying to have a country that was not as that was far more secular. But yes, I understand. Our first foreign battle was with Barbaria, where they basically they were jihadists that demanded.
Yeah, we declared we don't pay terrorists. We don't pay ransom.
Right,
Hello?
My last question to Kenneth was, did he feel like the progressives and far leftists were hijacking the Liberal Party?
We've been hijacked because of the money.
Yeah, but look, hold on. I don't want you to talk to me for 5 minutes. Like, I don't want to hog the stage. Money is a powerful motivator. It really is. But it's not the only motivator. People do a lot of things for a lot of different reasons. One of them is ideology. And if you consider that wokeism is a type of religion, it can be substantiated as such, people will sacrifice much for their religion. And what I'm seeing in our society as the leftists that are condoning political violence are quite willing to sacrifice conservatives on their altar.
Well, what happens is that, and the unfortunate thing is that we see a lot of violence within scriptures, within the Bible. So it allows certain entities to feel that violence is okay. And it's within our right to do the things that we are doing because we have the power. And if we want to point to scriptures, then we can point to scriptures and say that we have the power. And that's why it exists.
It's still more than money, and I think you reducing it to money is not being genuine, but I'll yield the mic to Pepe and other people who are less boring than I am that don't kill
Let me
especially when
let me jump back in here.
Real quick, Monica, you're not boring. Do it.
Oh, Wallace, how you doing?
How drunk are you, Wallace?
Okay, how many?
No, I had two 12 ounces. I'm cool.
All right. Kenneth, I gotta ask you, what do you think of Trump? I just gotta get that out of the way right now. Are you there, Kenneth? Maybe take your water break.
He's doing lawyers.
You know what?
Out of respect for the room, for Monica, I'm gonna like show self-discipline, and I'm gonna be a good boy.
Well, first of all, I love Trump. I do. For various reasons. Come on.
It just dropped a big dose. It just dropped a huge dose. Oh my God.
who's not going to watch you
Dude, what is up with this Maggie female energy? Did you wash your hands? Like the
None of you guys have gone out into the woods and told me you didn't wash your hands. You guys piss behind a tree, or if you're in the city at the club, you're pissing on the side wall of the club. You knew you were washing your hands in there. Spare me with this fucking cleanliness, guys. You guys will fucking scratch your asses. Put your fingers to your noses to see if it's fucking safe. Shut up about that. So guess what? Guys, scratch your balls and then put your hand to your nose to see if it's funky down there. So check this out, family. I live in Detroit, Michigan. I went to undergrad at the University of Minnesota in the 80s. So there were people that didn't look like me. That I was the first.
Dude, you were in the whitest state at the whitest time in the whitest part of the fucking world.
Kitover.
Yeah.
1988 from 1990.
Dude, that's like the whitest.
Minnesota. I was like, dog, I know people from like.
Dude, they only had 50 shades of white. That's only 50 shades of white.
Hey, but at the end of the day, that was my brothers, though. And that's why I'm saying that. That's why I'm talking to you in that frame. I'm never going to argue with you. It's just that we come from sides of a coin. That's all. That's it. And that's all I'm trying to ever impress to my brother.
Damn, are you the tarnished side of the coin? Nobody polished you. You need to trade in your pink ticket and get polished, bro.
What's the pink ticket? I don't even know.
Yeah, he didn't type that in, by the way, Kenneth.
What does that mean?
Get the plastic.
Just click on the.
That pink ticket. Just don't
Click on
I don't
the
even
title.
know what a pink ticket
We'll
means.
polish you, bro. It's all good.
Click on the title of the house up here. The President Trump is enjoying. Yeah.
Okay.
To be fair though, like he's a gopher and he went to university in fucking Minnesota, which is like I'm gonna tell you guys in the 80s, like beyond white.
93, brother.
Yeah, that is like white, like fucking so white fucking land. Like you don't get like dueling mangoes in the South Town.
Nonetheless, you'll get respect real quick here, brother.
But I'm a white supremacist, and that even fucking disgusts me, and I don't know why.
First of all, if I can't love you, then there's no such thing as unconditional love. So I can't find, even if you dislike me, you can hate me. I know that there were brothers that didn't even know what I looked like other than what was on television until they met me in person. So when they met me in person, it was a whole different thing, bro. So it's not my goal to change anybody. It's my goal to be who I am, and then you make your determination from there moving forward.
We built the housing. We built the housing community. We welcome you.
Oh my God, are you actually living the teachings of Jesus?
Dude, he's part of the
Bro,
this is perfect.
Well, that is the thing, though. This is where I would get into it with like.
I didn't say I was Yeshua.
I would get into it with like people like the Grapers. I would get into it with people like the Grapers. You know, I was kind of, you know, not too far from them.
Come on.
Well, but here's the thing.
But I would say this though is that these people, a lot of them are well, almost all of his adherents would be Catholic, and it's just like, dude, you know, like Catholicism is so we totally cannot like mistreat people because of their race and that kind of shit. And,
Unless it's like, a competition.
And like when it comes to Catholicism, like being a good Catholic is being in a way almost like giving up everything to help the sick and the poor, and it's really different from, I would say, not only other branches of Christianity but even other religions. It's just and that can be a good or a bad thing. I don't want to say it, but yeah, like us being racist and all of that stuff, it's really weird, and I don't understand how people can have like the level of hypocrisy they have when trying to be pious while being racist, while using a religion that would disavow their racism. It just doesn't make sense.
That's privilege, Pepe. You know privilege. Like 5 years ago on Clubhouse, we all know what privilege is. It comes in multi colors and multi.
Yes, sir.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about privilege.
Different age, it don't matter.
My favorite privilege is black privilege. Man, bring the shut the.
Well, you asked me what I think about Trump, and let me go down that rabbit hole. Well, I think, because I'm an investor, okay? I remember back in the day, I do a lot of research, and Trump said before he was ever president, this is his words. You can Google it. So you can listen to what he said. They asked Trump when he was not a president, would he ever want to run for president? His answer was no. But if I did, I would run as a Republican. That was his words.
You saw him in the 80s, though. There's tons of recordings of him in the 80s where he has made tons of quotes. Anyways, there's lots of them. You should look them up.
All I'm saying is, he was aware.
I got one in my bio, and it's so relevant. You should check out my bio.
But he knew that he could manipulate. And he knew that he had money. And people knew that. And that's why he was popular.
Yeah,
I can't say too many words other than that.
What they're gonna do? We just kind of got there. They had to tell him in the 70s. They had to tell him in the 70s.
Well, he utilized what we have the awareness of, which is television. He had all kinds of TV programs leading up to.
Long, white, bearded guy singing music, like getting us under, like hypnotized, like that Alistair guy up there. What's his name? Alistair? Yeah, I never heard that before.
All I'm simply saying is he was just a different side of the coin. The people that's running.
I hope you traded in your pink ticket, brother, because I want to follow you. But
I joined already, brother. I think I gotta leave or something.
Look at Matt and Viking.
So,
we got
what happened is that
some good crackers, premium crackers up in here.
He played both sides of the coin. So, with respect to the conservatives, they're seeing an aspect of one side of the coin. But if you can imagine, there are potential people that are racist and people that are negatively vibrating that follow Trump. But Trump, if you can imagine, it was in black people's race, with the rap music. So that means black people love Trump.
There are some very Negroistic characteristics of Trump, but I need to ask you one question. I'm dead fucking serious. Wipe that goddamn black grin off your fucking face, because I have a serious question.
Okay.
I will kick you out of the fucking room. Now, when we break bread together, okay, and somebody brings a potato salad with raisins in it, what do you think of that?
I'm listening, brother.
Is that good or is that bad?
Well, you asked a great question, Sam. So, when I went to the University of Minnesota, I had a good friend of mine. His name was Paul Koenig. Okay. His family owned a farm in Hutchinson, Minnesota. And I couldn't go back home to Detroit.
I'm sorry.
So I was just talking to the person that was in Minnesota so he can verify I'm telling him the truth.
I hear you. Where were you at? I'm washing dishes and getting ready for the morning. What is it?
Not just in Minnesota. So my friend was named Paul Koenig. And he was a good friend of mine. And during Thanksgiving, I went to his home, which was a farm. And mind you, from a city person, I ain't never seen a farm before. So and when we ate, and they didn't know, and I didn't get mad because they was loving me
they served me watermelon at Thanksgiving. Now, mind you, I'm 20 years old. I have never been served watermelon at Thanksgiving in my life. I can only laugh. I didn't find it offensive. But all they knew was that black people like watermelon.
But who
So they
doesn't
served
like watermelon? The question, who doesn't
So that's
like
my
watermelon?
answer to your question.
That is some northern Minnesota white people shit. Like, I can see that. I believe you.
But the white Minnesotans are like so much nicer. Like the state, because that's like where the state
Passive aggressive. It's passive aggressive. It's not like the way you think it is up there.
The microwave is on time.
Wallace, go back to drinking the IPA first.
Yeah. Wallace, you're little blackout drunk. Just saying. But
not really, not yet.
no, I would say though, like even with I've lived in. Okay, I've been to Minnesota,
probably Minneapolis,
Wisconsin, not Minneapolis, but
Rochester area, the southern part.
Yeah. But I will say that just in general, like there is kind of a difference between, just like how there's regional differences in the United States. I would say that when it comes, and granted, I've never lived there, there does seem to be some differences amongst different groups of people, including the people like in the northern part of the Midwest, and I don't. Yeah, they do.
It's different. It's different.
Hold on. So, like, I will say this. You're right. There is, like, they have a passive aggressive. In the city, when I first, it was beautiful. Like, I mean, parks, everything there. People actually smile. No, there are some racist piece of shit cops out in the fucking city. You couldn't deny that shit.
Fuck yeah. Can I pause you a little second?
Just let me finish what you can go. Yeah, like that shit was really, because you saw it from the sidewalk when you went to Minneapolis. You went to Minnehaha. You were on Beta Muscat. You were walking through Uptown. You could kind of tell, like, you could see what was going on there, and a lot of people of a multitude of colors were all like kind of uncomfortable because the cops, they were a different set. Like Chauvin was like probably a mild comparison to some of the cops up there. So I get it. But like when you got out of Minneapolis area, you got out of Hennepin County, and you in Wright County.
I live in Friendly, brother.
There you go. Once you got out of those two counties, you were fucking, all of a sudden it opened up. It was a whole world. You hit Duluth, people were happy, people were working, people had near smiles on everybody's faces. You were sitting down, you were partying on Lake Superior. Like you turn around and it'd be all black people, everybody be eating, everybody having a good time, drinking, kids playing in the water, in the surf, cold as fuck, but it would be fun. And then you come down to Minneapolis, and it was really a weird vibe in Minneapolis. I guess that's to try to say it, because just.
Brad, what the fuck are you talking about? There's two happy people in Duluth.
Go ahead. Whoever was speaking, go ahead.
He knows though. He's been there.
I've been to Duluth. It sucks. Duluth sucks.
If I knew it was gonna be that cold, I would have not chose to go to Minnesota.
It's not that cold.
It's fishing. It's the fishing. You know, you go fishing in different places.
It's not that cold.
I mean, go to the Pacific or the Atlantic. It's fishing. We're going.
It's good. So I came around like a midnight, like right there at midnight. I wake up the next day, and I'm like, I went to the. God damn it, Wallace. But like over there, the next day, I'm like, I'm in Anchorage, and I'm just like, holy shit. Like, oh wow, there's black people. They're amazing. So like, I didn't picture that about Alaska. And then there's like, I'm talking to the security guard because I'm just waiting for my fucking, girlfriend just to hurry the fuck up. And he's like, oh, they shop until they drop, don't they? And I was talking to him. I just remember thinking in the back of my head, and I was like, of course I didn't say this out loud, but it's just like, holy shit, like you motherfuckers would not even exist here probably 500 years ago because you like die of vitamin D deficiency. Whereas it takes a very special, like you have to be basically an Eskimo to live here. And it was, and like you have, believe it or not, like quite a lot of black people in Anchorage, and I would say one of the cool things about that place is that it is super libertarian. Like nobody cares.
You really should interrupt Pepe. Let Pepe finish.
I'm sorry.
No. The only thing I was gonna say is that was one of my. Even though I did not like the climate, it was perhaps, somebody who grew up in Arizona, you can probably understand why I didn't like the climate. But I would say the people there were probably the coolest I've ever met. Just super libertarian in a way where it's like you have boundaries you don't cross, but you kind of just let people be. It's a really cool place.
Down Pepe in the state.
Kenneth, I bet you miss those hot dishes, though. I bet you miss it. I bet you miss that. and those Juicy Lucy's, I bet you miss those. Those are good, man.
What is it, Juicy Lucy?
Whoever's there, Juicy Lucy.
Pepe's a good. I'll just don't know what.
You know who's a Minnesota? No, you just lost that. So if you're in Minnesota, just order yourself a Juicy Lucy, and you'll figure out what it is, and you'll enjoy it.
I'm gonna have to look it up now. This is bullshit.
What's a Juicy Lucy, bro?
You didn't have one?
No.
Oh man. All right, I'll tell you. It's like a bourbon. Yeah, I told you it's stuffed. It's all inside. All over. They're served all over.
What? Yes. I'm gonna have to call my boys and get out.
No, it's a type of dish.
Capitalism is lost, family. This is why everything is great in America.
You're of the same, and so I love that so much. Like, Islam is a religion of justice, and that's why.
I definitely. I don't know the Hussein. I don't think that was actually a good example used, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. What you're really saying is Christ. That's what you're talking about. You want someone to just cough it up, and because they know they're like not concerned. You're talking about Christ. There ain't that many people that have that kind of union with the logos.
But
I think the closer I get to understanding, the more I don't even. God is huge, way bigger than you. And it's just really hard to think that he would be. How much of a very huge universe expanding at rates that are like faster than light.
it's like an embedded frequency.
Market.
He
does it, and because he is influenced by APAC and Epstein issues, he's motivated to do certain things and to say certain things. But at the end of the day, he loves money. That's why. What other president added an extra section to the White House?
But it's part of that. You gotta love it because it's part of it. It's kind of sad, but yeah, you gotta love it. What? Power and money? Would you personally, would you trade it all just to have it all? Give it all to have it all? Would you do that?
Not me, because I know money you can't take with you. We call Yes.
So take it while you can. Is that your mentality?
For me, no. Trump, I think yes.
Yeah, I would.
Trump cares about his name. He's going to leverage the money to ensure that his family name is continued and that his legacy will be able to continue. He also wants to go down as the greatest president ever. He's going to go down as probably the most transformative of all time. And if he hits $21 trillion in investment opportunities, which is over half our debt, he's going to be able to basically keep this country afloat for another, 200, 150 years.
Because
so
you got to think of it.
Because we read the book.
No.
That's how we did it.
Speaking fact. He's speaking total facts.
If Trump doesn't do what he does, literally, you and I don't live the lives that we're living for the next decade. Our kids are not living like we live.
Trump is totally setting us up for the future.
What's up, Crow?
Trump is totally setting us up for the future. Pay attention. That's what he's doing.
Really quick,
He's setting everybody up for the future. And that's what's going on.
Well, I wanted to clear the space so you could actually start from the beginning. So say it again, clearly and loudly.
No, Trump is setting us up for the future.
Correct.
Like, pay attention. Pay attention to what he's doing.
Exactly.
He's setting us up for the future, for the next president. He's setting up the next president in case he don't get it. But you know what? I think that it's gonna go a little swing thing where somebody flops out.
We're gonna let Crow finish, Kenneth. So let Crow finish. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. Y'all talk.
My apologies, Crow.
No, you good.
I live on Crow, so I want to hear it land, Crow.
No, I think Trump is probably going to be our next president at the next election. By they're gonna do it. They're gonna make it happen.
All right, so does that mean
you know what?
Other amendments though?
He is our best president we've ever had.
Suck a fucking dick, you faggot.
That's all right.
He's gonna be.
What's up, superstar?
We're gonna have a third term president. In other words, you want us.
Fucking talk.
Bro, you shut up. You fucking.
Let me
You
talk.
fucking homosexual. Shut your fucking mouth. No, I moved you to the audience because you stupid piece of shit. So you're trying to tell us that we're gonna have a president who's gonna be so great, which by the way, he's gonna be like what, not in his 90s? I don't know. I forget how old he is now. And he's gonna be the greatest president ever. This is fucking retarded. Okay, and he would how much he would change things constitutionally in order to remain a president? Like that's just chaos. And I get it, you can be a super fan of Trump, that's fine. I voted for him 3 times. I talk a lot of shit about him though, too. I voted for him because he's the best option. But hold on, this worship that I see with a lot of you fucking retarded maggots, it is so, you guys are so dumb. Just the dumbest fucking people to ever live. You have no...
It's just Pepe projection. That's ad hominem projection. Green bean Big Pepe. Napoleonic Pepe.
Guess what, faggot? You get to go to the audience. Amazing. I want the maggots.
Ooh, we got Pepe a little angry.
Idol worshiper.
Oh, little Pepe. Now you're a little poopy.
But I love you nonetheless. At the same time,
Boy, Crow. So if Trump has a third
term, it's like if you
he does have a third term.
So should they?
I think he get a fourth term because you know what?
What is that?
All you gotta do is get a vice president, and the vice president steps down and let him back up.
Double Crow.
Right?
Okay, so
we can make it happen.
That's what has to occur, right? So, do you think if that's the case, and let's say that he can somehow be elected in a third term, do you think that they should be allowed to work around other amendments, let's say the Second Amendment?
Well, yeah.
So what if third term, and then 6 years later, when there's a Democrat in office, they totally take away guns, for example, and they can't have the Second
It's one of those Looney Tune crews. Yeah, well, the problem is the Democrat office needs to just step aside because the Republicans are holding it down. If you go back in the day,
Answer the fucking question. You didn't answer the fucking question. You got me in troglodyte. You smooth-brained fucking troglodyte. You shut your fucking mouth, you piece of shit. No, you low IQ piece of shit. You need to know. This is a question.
Solid. He's like fucking not charging me with this fucking new charge, and I'm over here. I'm like, he took my $30,000 check. Like, false alarm! I found it, guys. Don't worry. It's right over here next to this Beth Taco.
Del Taco. That's a good idea.
Del Taco is fucking good. Love it.
And I could make that. I could make it to the Chinese place. I could make it to the Chinese. Yeah, I can. And keys. I could make it.
So, Illumi, I'm wondering, Illumi, have you ever studied the two Barbary Wars that the U.S. inflicted on Tripoli in the 1800s?
What?
Hello?
What? Hello?
I'm asking you, do you know about U.S. history in regards to Islamic piracy? Hello?
Yeah. What? Two triple.
Yeah, there were two Barbary Wars, and the U.S. government refused to pay tribute, but they did pay ransom.
They ended up paying tribute.
Well, they wanted to legally call it ransom and not tribute because they found it to be ridiculous that they would have to abide by the Mohammedan constitution. Well, the point is they fucking went over there and kicked some ass, and they actually took a whole city. And the guy that took the city was upset that the U.S. brokered a peace deal when he wanted them to release all the hostages with no money. And we paid $60,000 in 1800. $60,000? It's like 5,000 a human head. That's a lot of money back then. I mean, multiply that by 100.
Because they decided not to.
It's irritating.
Not to pay because you decided you wanted to get out of it.
Zuni, you sound annoying. Please mute.
Well, please stop talking in code. Please stop.
Talking in code?
Please stop talking in front of me about me.
Stop breathing. Yeah, just stop breathing.
Zuni, are you Jewish?
She looks at them.
Yeah, you look Ashkenazi.
I am Jewish.
Oh, Rabbanu Shalom. Congratulations. I didn't know you were Yiddishkeit. Rabbanu Shalom. This time next year, we'll have dinner with Benjamin Netanyahu after they clear him of all the fake genocide charges. Just a bunch of lies.
Is that why you came in here? They were complaining about me kicking their ass?
But can you guys stop talking about me in front of me and this? Like, I'm so sick of it. You guys have been on so long. Please stop and no gaslighting and nothing.
Illumi, I heard a rumor today that they're saying there's more Hamas fighters now in Gaza Strip than before they started the war.
If sense, you would appoint me as your king.
Well, you're just a cartoon, though. That's what you don't
Not any
understand.
sense, and I would make your life into a paradise. But with a clubhouse cheap, instead of unifying around a person, any animal, every animal in the freaking animal kingdom finds an alpha.
Mm-hmm.
Find a leader of the pack.
Well,
they organize into hierarchies.
Yeah. No, they don't. Not necessarily. Have you ever seen birds? Have you seen how birds operate? They're like the alpha predators of society. Birds don't give a fuck. They will kill and eat and fly and fuck. They don't give a fuck. They're free.
Birds are more like drones.
beings than they are freaking
Why do you guys talk about
living things. Like,
Oh my God, Zuni, zip it, Zuni, zip
I
it.
still don't know how birds work, by the way.
What do you know that I don't know?
It's nothing. We're in a book club. See, but my PTR, I read that book today. You ever read a book like that? Hello?
Yeah.
Bet you didn't. Bet you ain't read a book in years. Hello?
What are you talking about?
Why do you guys talk about me in front of me? What do you guys know that I don't know?
We know some secrets.
That I don't know.
We know some secrets that you don't know.
Zuni, they were like,
Why does the whole world know something that I don't know?
Because you're not reading enough good books, Zuni. We've got really good axioms and aphorisms that have increased our intelligence. We're like the next stage of human psychological evolution. Hello?
Yeah, but like everywhere I go, it doesn't matter. Like, and I'm not just talking about online. No matter where I go in the world,
Well, what about it?
it's like the whole thing is like orchestrated. No matter where I go, and like I try to test
got
it
these
too.
new combat
I
boots.
try to test it too.
They're so
I try to
comfortable.
test it too because I thought it's like I try to build a profile. Like, say if you were looking for a criminal, right? You would have a profile, right? This person's like this, person's like that. I cannot get a profile because it doesn't matter if it's online, real world, over here, down the street, another state away. It's like, how the fuck is this all orchestrating?
Yeah. Well, see, the thing about life is there's so many, there is an infinite number of variables because it just extends out into the universe. And the thing that I heard about life is that it is based on the principles of random chance. Randomness is the law.
I'm being real, so if you're just gonna tell me, like, don't even answer because this are okay.
This is a real answer. This is what I read in a book on theses.
How the fuck is all this being orchestrated?
Because it's all based on randomness. And so that's the secret, meaning that once you realize that the whole thing is random, that's secretly joy because it's random. If it wasn't random, it wouldn't be joyful.
How are my thoughts not secret?
Your thoughts are not secret. Your thoughts are universal. Hello?
Right. How's that working?
I don't know. Go outside. Look at the moon. Get a magnifying glass or a telescope, and microscope. Not a microscope. Yeah, a telescope, and just look at the face of the moon, and just know that the deepest crater on the face that you can see goes into the moon 8 miles. Now, just imagine standing at the edge of the precipice of a cliff that goes down 8 miles, and you're on the moon. You know, hello?
Hello. My dog said hello too.
Fix any laptops today? Illumi?
I'm working on a printer.
You're fixing a printer? Wow. What a waste of time.
The one for my shed.
$600 printer.
Well, what were you? Is a customer's printer or something you were using it to print shit?
It's one of those that, wholesale. It's just broken slightly, and so you can't really sell it with all the rest. So, what do you do with it? Well, you just go buy one from Amazon, switch around the little parts, and then send it back.
They have these new ink.
What I do with the one in my shed, Mikhail? What does that mean? What do I do with the one that was left there?
Oh, just
Why do you lose
throw it in the garbage. Throw it in the garbage.
I don't know why you left that printer there. So
Why would you throw something of value in the garbage?
Because these printers, honest to God,
If
like
they're in a box, put them online. If you don't need a printer,
you can sell it.
if
Yeah.
they're broken, find a replacement.
So Zuni has
You have
Illumi.
all these corporations that are not paying taxes that are just handing out insurance products for free for you to go. It's like your return policy.
So Illumi, what do you think about Freemasonry? Global Freemasonry.
How much are they paying?
I mean, they've got billions of dollars, I assume.
Where do we sign up right now?
You can go sign up. You can go find some Freemason lodge in your area.
Yeah,
Go
they're
join
gonna
them.
pay me if I sign up.
No, you're gonna pay them. Duh.
What do I have? No, that sounds like a Ponzi scheme right there.
Exactly. But what I'm trying to say is, if you look at them,
It's too highlighted. It's too talked about. Things that are actually people and done in secret are not this fucking popular. So what?
well, you still have to look at it. There's history.
Not Freemasonry.
Oh, really? You're so sure about that? Because I have history books on Freemasonry, and it's global, and it's the Europeans, and a lot of it is political. So there is a political, historical,
It's a placebo effect. These people think, oh yeah, look at us, we're here, we're doing something.
It's not placebo. These are networks. These are communication networks, and to say that they didn't do anything is stupid. And if you think that the books that I have are just stupid, well, I would just ask, what was the last book you read? Hello?
The last book I read is
Hello?
Quran. It's the Quran. See, every Muslim can just say the Quran on that question.
No, it's actually it's
That's the best book in the world, so
It's not. It's not the best book in the world. No, it's not. Definitely not.
Just can't read it, bro. How can I judge a book that you can't read, man?
Bro, I got it. It's not the best book. I'm looking at 1,000 books. I can rank it.
You haven't read the Quran. You read the translation of the
Yeah.
Quran, my friend.
I got it, my friend. Okay, Zuni. Sorry, Zuni was trying. You're interrupting Zuni. Be a gentleman. Let this woman speak.
I know you want to troll. I know you want to troll here, Alistair, but I'm the best.
Troll? How dare you project troll onto me? You're a troll.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. But anyways, the last book I read was Muhammad and the Believers, Fred Donner. I ordered this book. I have it in my hands right now.
Awesome. What did you learn? What have you learned? Give us an extract.
So when it
Get up front. Get shot.
this guy's take on Islam is much more which is kind of odd. He's not a Muslim or anything. He's like a white guy, but he has a whole other take on like who were the believers in Islam, right? Like, it wasn't this very rigid type of Islam that you see nowadays, you know. It was more like a believer could have been like a Christian or a Jew or it wasn't this like, you know, someone who necessarily does the 5 daily prayers of Shahada, etc. And so I read that book, and I went back and I like read the Quran now, and like the Quran actually does really read like that, but it would maybe sometimes you don't notice it that way because you're looking at it through a different lens. You know, after some of the things that he said, there'll be things I read.
Did the book mention anything about trans or LGBTQ? Because I'm sure Necro would like to know what the Muslims think about the believers who are trans or LGBTQ.
Well, I mean, so the thing is about so like those kinds of sins, people like focus on those because the majority of people, it's not like I wake up every day and I'm like, oh God, I hope I don't want to, you know, love a girl. No, I don't love a girl because I'm in. So it's easy to highlight one sin that most of us aren't doing and then go against it. Well, everyone's, you know, the guy who's really against fucking the transgender is like, that's fair, you know, and he's ripping everybody off in his business. And, you know, so he's doing all kinds of shit, but it's just like, it's one sin for everybody to gang up on and come together on and then highlight and focus like, this is the problem. Well, they're all a problem. You're just a guy like to focus on this one because it doesn't involve you, and it's something that you can unite on. That's that. Listen.
Because after reading the Constitution of Muhammad, I just have found that The Islamic Constitution is basically a charter on how to start a mafia organization to basically blackmail people, abuse people, intimidate people, rip people off, and give them no real jurisprudence, no jury trials, and always leave it up to the Ummah, to the Allah, and to the laws of Muhammad. And to me, those believers versus non-believers, in-group versus out-group, to me, that's ignorance, because the in-group fails to recognize that they can't be the in-group without the out-group. And so therefore, it is a network, a hidden network through communication. And in 2026, if you are still living in the year 600, shame on you, read more books and stop with the bullshit, because Muhammad was a mafia don, a godfather gangster, and he hypnotized millions and hundreds of millions, billions of people throughout the years.
That's not true.
Oh, it's true, baby, because you don't even know the Constitution of Islam, and that's just like your opinion. I'm citing facts. I can provide links, and we can debate actual source material from Medina, and you can try to wise up, and you can fight the Ummah, you can fight the Muslim terrorists, and you can fight for justice and liberty and peace and wisdom. I am complete. Hello?
Yeah. So and this is how because Islam is such a widespread thing. So that I know for a fact that starting out as something good. I know for a fact I don't have to read much to know the goodness of the Prophet. I know the Prophet is good. Things have attached itself to it and how big it's gotten. And so of course, like, you know, I don't when I look at if I want to go read a fatwas and this, I have no idea where this came from. It came from the Prophet. Who knows? I don't know, but I know that the Prophet's good. He's good, and that's why that's why you know the message starts getting spread. But and then you know it's good because then it gets real popular and it gets inundated with evil.
I made so many snarky remarks. That's awesome.
So and one of those land and the love of it's crazy. He's that. So you're like, oh yeah, there must be some prophet because the
Muhammad is the messenger of lies, hypnosis, and destruction, and blackmail, and blood libel, and blood. The guy is just a gangster. He's intimidating everybody. Come to war with us and pay for it, or we'll kill you too. That was his message in the Constitution of Medina. You should read it. You need to go to law school so you can learn how to read, apparently.
It's like
the hearts of his guilt.
it's the guy he wants. It's like I don't know, whatever floats your boat, bro.
Slowly. So, and then you also believe that if you sincerely repent, that God will forgive you, correct?
Yes.
So then, what would be the point of the crucifixion if you already know that if you sin regardless, you sincerely repent, that God's going to forgive you? What would be the point of the
This comes into the theory of the atonement, and I think that I affirm that Christ became a curse for us. He stood in our stead, taking on the wrath of God to appease the justice and holiness and wrath of God. So Jesus took
Sorry, before you keep moving forward, I'm just trying to gather this all together.
Break this down. Yeah, that's fine.
We've established, right, that God is merciful and forgiving.
Yes.
You do understand the difference between being merciful and being forgiven?
I think the mercy is giving you something that you do not deserve. So all of us deserve death, which we do get physical death, but we deserve what's called the second death. And Christ has redeemed us from that by dying on the cross for our sin. So yes, he gives us mercy, and the mercy.
So your thought process, the mercy is the forgiveness. Yes. That's the mercy.
Yeah.
God simply being merciful because that's what his attributes is.
He is simply, well, he is simply being merciful.
But God is simply merciful. Why the distinction? Why is God saying, I'm merciful? I know you and your intention. I know that you're human and that you sin, right?
See, yeah, I think he's been good. So it's like that's all he wants. But I don't think it has to do with vice. I also think that a lot to do with vice. It's not, bro, because I don't think nobody will argue about the success of 16 years. Right? No, I think it had a lot to do with it because it had nothing to do with that.
If rap was underground, right, and Drake wouldn't be in it.
I have business.
Something very boring with the next time, but we're gonna have a great event, and you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that is assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening? Well, I studied assassinations, and interesting question, right? Why do you think this keeps?
Yeah. Okay then, so you understand where this system is coming from.
Then I'm gonna put her name in.
Mine is the head of man, and my insight is keen as the hawks by my head. I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine, the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Minus the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Give mine is the sign of a puppet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the ones of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Giant and conquering Lord. Horus, Avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 other voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. here by my body. I invoke thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse the sign. Even of none say it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. Hey! I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the air, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, I bear the rose and cross of life and love. Remaining in the side, the invocation to therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or right of the trailing or in the water, of rolling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be Six. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. Six, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I've been. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God, now is joy. Wisdom of God.
Anti-vax like me is not welcome to this stage, Ed. He loves you, Horn.
I have lavender stuck in my teeth. Who leaves actual lavender blossoms in a fucking damn?
You know?
That was sick. Heard all.
Yeah, I'm not that close to her, really.
Yeah, actually, that was the first time she was missing from that room in the year 9 months. I've been dipping in and out of that room, and nothing was said. I hope she's well.
Yeah, me too. You know, there's that whole everyone likes to go where everybody knows your name, but you also like to go where people will notice if you're not there, right? Because I kind of noticed her not being around for the last week or so.
That's beautifully said.
She's well.
Wow, this is not funny. I feel for the family. I don't know if I would be talking about my brother. Y'all would have to have me like in handcuffs and shit before I could give any information on my brother. I don't know, y'all.
Is Cal State Dominguez Hills? That's my right? Is that my Compton?
I thought it was by Carson.
Is it by Carson?
Cal State Dominguez is Carson. Carson, Harbor City.
Let's see where it's located.
Well, Compton's not too far from there.
Yeah, Compton, because they call it Dominguez Hills. That's like a fancy Compton, they call it.
No, that's a good school now. When it first opened, they were calling it that, but it's a pretty decent college now. What did he get from Dominguez? What kind of his master's?
Yeah, I think he got his master's. It's been on the news all day. It's been on the local news.
Yeah, that's true, Omari, because I have not been looking at the news all day. I'm like running the room like clips because I've been sitting there trying to figure out what's going on. So he graduated from Dominguez. I thought he went to what's the school? What was it? Poly Pomona? Where did he go?
Caltech. He went to Caltech. Yeah, bachelor's from Caltech.
Okay, Caltech. Okay.
Yeah, Caltech. And that's Pasadena, right? Yeah, that's Pasadena.
And that's a good school, right? Caltech?
That's like one of the top.
Better than Poly Pomona?
Oh yeah. Isn't that like the MIT of the West?
Huh? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Caltech has got to be in the top 10.
Oh, I thought it was Poly Pomona.
Nationwide.
Well, he's a smart guy. We probably will never, because he's not cooperating, right? So his story, I would love to know. What sent you over the fucking edge? What, because I'm not buying this group he belonged to. Did you hear me talk about the group that he said he belonged to? I'm not buying that. The one from the 1870s, the Wakers or whatever it was, We Be Awoke. Did you hear about that group he belongs to?
No, I heard about a group, but that's so busy. I haven't been. I'll be honest with you. I think, what's today, Monday? This happened on Saturday. Yesterday I was busy. Today I didn't get a chance to. So I'm getting all my news from y'all today, for the most part.
Oh, okay. Thanks a lot.
Well, this is the best. This is good news. This is, you get the real. You get the really real.
Well, I just say he's cooked.
I saw with her in that position, and she thirsty to the mofo to put blacks away. This guy's cooked, 100%. So I feel sorry for him. But she had the pipe bomb dude too. That's why I said what happened to him, because she was in that position when the pipe bomb guy was arrested. So ain't heard a peep about him.
Do you think Judge Farrell's doing a good job? I mean, I don't want to trigger Haitian, but do you think she's doing a good job, Haitian?
I think she's super thirsty. I think she's really super thirsty, and she wants to be seen and heard. And I don't like people like that. If she was smooth, kind of kick back, like we're gonna prosecute him to the limits of the law. Nobody got that, but she's super thirsty. We didn't even play the whole interview. She was talking for 8 minutes. I stopped after 3. So I'm sure she's been rattling on. Listen to the Fox interview she gave. That's the one I was playing. She's just really too thirsty. And then I don't think she likes people of color. I could be wrong. Everything is not about racism. I know. I just get this vibe from her.
Well, hopefully, you said Lawrence O'Donnell that Trump is tired of the war tonight.
That's what he said, because as far as the breaking news about the war, he says that the leadership in Iran is out of sorts. But hello, really? You think after you even killed everybody? What did you think? I mean, this is weird that he would even say that after he assassinated supposedly the whole top leader. That's what he said, but I don't believe that either. And he's like, we're going to cancel these meetings because Iran seems to be out of sorts. That's crazy. So that's the new thing with him. But he wants to end the war. I don't know how this is going to go down, y'all. This is the weirdest shit I've ever seen. You're not talking to the people. Why he pulled them back, I don't know. The strait is still closed. Gas prices are still going up. How is this going to end?
So, Lisa, you mentioned it, and there was an article in the New York Times that described the way their leadership is now.
Mm-hmm.
And the new Ayatollah, wherever he's located, this part's speculation. There's some speculation that he's in North Korea now, in some sort of hospital wing. Like he went from. What? This is all speculation. But speculation he went to Russia for healthcare after severe injuries, and then from Russia to North Korea. But in any case, the New York Times, they said that the way that the orders are going to and fro the Ayatollah, they're going through so many couriers and deliveries and backways that essentially the IRGC is in control, and so much is delegated to them that even though he's nominally their leader, it takes so long to get communications to and fro him that it really lands to someone else.
And they're the hardliners, so the whole thing was reversed. It's not looking good. And a lot of them from RGC as well, because he joined when he was 17 and went forward against Iraqi war. So it's not a good.
Wait, oh God, I lost it. I hate this computer. Okay, so it says Russia confirms Iran. When was this? That's April the 1st. Okay, so that's not a good one. I was trying to find something a little bit closer to today.
Real quick, so
from any man. Or even move
after me today. Jason Whitlock
the death threats, the murder, slaughter, and kill people in detail for hours, and people record you doing it. It is against the law. Please don't scroll. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe. Please don't scroll. Please don't scroll. I don't know. Yeah, but let me explain it to you. I believe there's only one thing in this world that will.
And he says, no man should be triggered by the words of another man. It's a sign of injury. It's crazy.
Yeah, Shitlock literally makes his living off of doing stuff like this. Anytime Shitlock comes like that, and he gets pressed over doing this, that's his chick now, it's his stuff.
Kind of like that. See that? So that's just proof right there. Oh my God. So you got a lot of that shit. You gotta understand.
How'd you find me? I don't know. I just live here. You live here? Yeah. What's up, bro? What's up? Check. Bro, I just learned a new Polish word and you don't understand me? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Do you want to learn a new word? Yeah, but what new word?
It's back now.
What's up, my man? Something for your honor. My man. You want to be? Thank you. Hey, well. This video made the entire internet explode with rage. Because when this guy went to grab some.
Australia, you're so mean for that. So for anyone that doesn't know, these are speed bumps. And what they do is if you're going too fast, this right here will drop down. And then you'll dip into it. I think we're all going the speed limit apparently. But anyway, so just be going, and then this will just drop out from under you. And that's the meanest type of speed bump. But also, just as a general note, I've never been to a country that has more speed bumps than freaking Australia. Australia, you're so mean for that. So for anyone that...
This is for the fight for the single pilots. Nationality. Road fight. For real? How long are you going to fight this guy for? 30 years.
Thank you so much. We truly appreciate it. You spent my day. Thank you so much.
Let's get that DNA out.
It's down there so I can hear you. All right, I'm requesting you to get out of the vehicle so I can do a pre-air sniff with my patrol canine. What's your probable cause? I don't need probable cause. Yes, you do. Nope, not in the state of Florida. Yeah, you do. All right, get out of the vehicle. Okay, I can get out. All right, turn off your car, please. What's your name? Homestead. This is a retaliatory stop. Okay, unlock your car, turn it off, and please exit the vehicle. I already said I am. Did you hear it turn off? I want to watch. I only have to present it, sir. I don't have to hand it over. You guys just don't like it when people know the rights, that's all. Get out of my car. No, the dog is not alert because there's no drugs in the car. So you're a liar. Dog just sucks.
What's up? The chiller is the future of portable beverage cooling. Try hours cool drinks anywhere. Save time, money, and environment. You must stop this. There is no hope. This is a really bad idea. There's a million coolers. Stop. Oh, hang on. It was a bad person.
restitution. It was about restitution.
And I think that you have a shot for me to invest. It's not what I'm interested in investing in. So I'm sorry, I'm out.
I wish you the best. My personal always. Congrats on what you've accomplished.
Good luck, guys.
So, my pleasure.
Now, the Tito
How many languages do you speak? About 3. Which ones? Spanish and a little bit of Chinese.
Chinese? Can you say in Chinese?
我的名字叫 Matthew. 你的名字叫什么? Friend from Taiwan, come up here real quick. Come on up. I want to see if she knows, if she can come up. 我的名字叫 Matthew. 你的名字叫什么? Is that good? And say into the microphone. What did he just say to you?
He said,
This is perfect. Hey, are you still only doing karaoke with the microphone?
He said, my name is Matthew. What is your name? But the way he said it was, I had to like really pay attention.
Gary, that's how he speaks English too. How many languages?
What? Every day, you know,
You're not allowed to take a picture?
no, he's like myself.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna take a picture and I'm gonna send it to you. Yeah, bro. You'll teach her tweaking. What's your number so I can see the picture, bro? No, you know what? Let's go see him. Hurry up.
Yes.
I'm about to be snapping, bro. What's up, Instagram?
Alright, what's going on?
It's so partisan to me in a way that Jerry explicitly stated he didn't want to go. He wanted to have a conversation about general political violence, not about one side doing it or the other side.
Kuchira, why don't you come have a seat up here? Because I'm going to guess you don't want him anymore, and he can't even probably practice anymore. So we will go on the record in a matter of 24 CM 213, State of Wisconsin versus Casey Kuchira. The state of Kansas District Attorney Kevin Schmidt in person is Kuchira.
I have no idea what's up with
Sir, you know why I'm pulling you over? No, sir.
Exactly.
Well, I listened to the interview. I was going to play it tonight, but we have so many things tonight, and then if there's anything interesting, we'll talk about it tomorrow. But wow, I was like, wait a minute, this was right.
No, this is a pre-existing issue with racial things in our communities. Unfortunately, some of these life can be difficult to be difficult.
See, you guys are critical thinkers. You don't know the media industry about one, but that's cool, but that's do better, man.
Well, the conversation was supposed to be about like what the thought it's supposed to be about like whether an advancement in the White House would have done better. And Gary was talking about political violence and he was saying, you know, it's gotten too extreme and we shouldn't do it. And he was trying to keep it kind of top line. So that was generally what it was about.
And then there's a little bow in the back. Oh my God, you're a genius.
I don't want to do this situation, but or like, I was reading about this shit or whatever. How was it?
Yeah.
do see caution when it's training. Like how did that No. You took a train. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm saying that like going through like. Yeah, Amtrak. Yeah, he took Amtrak. Not like going through LaGuardia or something like that. But like they have to put luggage.
Your ride asked him to take care of the bus.
They don't screen on trains or buses.
Oh, really?
This one's crazy.
Oh, okay.
I see more transport and went
No, I mean, no. We were on the Chinese bus on the Lower East Side, so it was something different. But like I told them, they was way worse. Yeah, so but I thought they did that on trains though. Oh, that's wild.
Who knows? Maybe they do it for like the long. That's not long. That's cross country too. So
These are the best Boston team guys always before me.
Yeah. No, I did, but it was so long ago. But I grew up. I mean, you gotta understand, like after 9/11, it was way more secure. So like, I didn't know like they actually like moved guns like that. No. Of course. But like, they said he had arson. You know what I'm saying? Like, so no one saw that. He went that far. He went to 16. Yeah, this shit was wild. Like, that's what we actually said. No, of course, I thought
Nothing beats a cheap tea holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of four.
Stop. Yeah, what we talking about? Under Siege 2? What they gonna do with
that was the night Under Siege 2 was the night. We talking about
the reason why they started doing
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Your roof is loaded with snow and it's a liability to the whole neighborhood. You need to show it up more time.
You can't have what you gonna do with
something like a move where our fashion trade move over
that's what's up. What was the last train hijack?
Your English is very good. How long did it take you to learn English once you got it?
Yeah, I mean,
it was really easy because we speak English in Australia.
I'm just saying, and I'm not even talking about that. I'm just saying, how
Thank you. It's such good English. Such beautiful. Were you educated?
Well, two guns and knives is not awesome.
According to the White House, they said we have an arsenal. So we don't even.
I'm saying put that in context.
Arsenal, multiple weapons. So multiple weapons with different caliber.
Okay, so let's say it's a 12 gauge, right? It could have been one of the smaller ones.
What you do now is get focused and stop pointing fingers.
That's not hard. And then
You're a real problem. What you do?
I mean, like, it's not that hard to learn.
We're talking about, also, this is usually not talking about now. We're talking about you. So we just didn't know.
They said he had knives on it.
Then he goes, right, okay. And then he takes the knee, and then look at this guy at the back. See him in the collar in bed. Now watch Stevie look over to him and watch what the guy in the bed does.
We're talking about,
Oh, look at that.
I'm just trying to start something like his mother's daddy.
Crazy Jones.
Busy Jones, forehead. Busy Jones, forehead.
Catherine Phillips.
Even I just saw it. Even a dude
Dude, no, it was 210.
who was running the show, like
Nicholas Dennis. Big Dennis, Falcon Brigade, 82nd Airborne Walkway.
Ryan thought that cheese seller was trying to short him, so he watched closely, but instead of weighing anything, the old vendor.
For the hotel room. He made his reservation on the 20th to 21st. And right after Trump said he was going to be at the dinner, his sister had access to media stuff, so she was able to get him in the hotel, took the train, so the gun and the knife and stuff were in the suitcase. They don't check that shit on the train. So that's how he did it.
Even the thing, this is what's funny here. This guy was such much. Think about it. Let's talk about his two history with Stephen Miller and Stephen Miller literally is a photo of that dude. Think about it. You gotta get a wig by Secret Service and white. Think about your wife. Jenny Hanslick, that's his wife, who's also playing under the table or whatever he got out there. Bro, these
10 in here.
it is amazing that people
Just carefully in there without releasing the camera.
Right. He's the head of the FBI. He's the head of the FBI. You crouch under the table, and you got women in gowns standing there looking around like what's going on. Your pussy ass on the table.
His girlfriend was being held talking about another dude he was holding her hand.
Bro, these dudes, bro, like the fact that people take these people seriously, like this shit is gonna go down with you. Like this is watching. I was trying to, we let you out, China is way more than American I'm not reading. I think I don't know it. I'm not reading. Education system garbage. You saying like you still fight over bullshit. You fight over 1968 order. I'm not doing that.
I mean, we don't we're being flooded from shit that China wants us to be focused on. Our focus on
being killed in war.
And you got, we are a nation of
No self-control.
There's evidence of that.
And then there's addiction.
Nobody's impressed with AI. I don't understand. It's like all we do is talk about AI, and then when we actually use it, and then we get.
And they don't
Making you be on social media, that is a choice. Just like you always making you be on Clubhouse for 16 hours a day.
It's an addiction. It's an addiction.
Is it also you guys have addiction problems?
No, I don't. No. Not. It go to thing, Misha. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing it. It's a Misha. It's definitely Misha. Yeah, but like when I was in China or whatever, like I don't know the shop. When I was there, like they teach those children. First of all, they don't let them do social media, right? Maybe Instagram in certain ways or whatever. They don't let them access Western social media because they know it's addictive. Even the founder of TikTok or whatever said he don't let his kids fuck with TikTok. He said that he slipped up and said that in a moment of truth or whatever, he tried to take it back, but it was like you said that. You don't even let your kids fuck.
Let me tell you,
China has.
Build anything.
No, but
she even talked about
wait.
When we was trying to bring back tariffs, like nobody wants to do like we was talking about jobs and jobs trying to get jobs back from China. Like nobody wants to work these jobs, sewing shit. Like China's doing it big.
Big Amari. Like you gotta. I don't. You might have been out there, or whatever, but like we went on. Like if you go out there and pay. Like I'm not gonna tell you the price. You can look it up, and it's called Asian Odyssey. They take you to multiple different cities or whatever. Once I saw Chongqing, once I saw Shanghai, like I'm like, because living in New York, they put us in Shanghai, in Shanghai is way bigger than New York. Like how are they doing it better than us? But like also I'm big on education. And, I started my family, later on in life or whatever. And, they start teaching those kids binary numbers when they were 3 years old. And, putting them in STEM programs when they're 5 years old or whatever. And they just progress. We don't do that here. We don't do that.
And bro, too, with that, right? Now it's mandatory AI in the curriculum from K to the time they graduate. And by the time they're in middle school, they're expected to be able to put an agentic agent together. People over here are still scared to touch ChatGPT in America.
Right.
But do you know the suicide levels of those students in China? That these colleges and universities actually have nets at the highest floors because they're under so much pressure to do well. There's huge. Look at the numbers. It's wild. There's a lot of pressure. It's not all good the way you see it. And yes, there are social media apps that they use. They may not be Western, but they have their own versions that operate in the same way. You're making it seem like they, have put social media on lock for their populace. They haven't.
No. That's good. Hey, but it is true though. When China was still running, TikTok. Remember the kids over here weren't able to watch the same type of content. So of course, into the country. But what I'm saying, the type of content they were watching over there was educational and pro-China. Versus kids here, you already know the dumb shit they watch.
Right. Look, born and raised here, like my people, I'm half Nigerian, half American. My people go back to the revolution. Yeah, so I know all about, this is my home, and, I'll still feel a way about America, but at the same time, when you have a kid, you think differently, and I'm big on education, and that comes from my Nigerian side. So I'm not playing, but yeah, there are problems they do have. There's certain things once you go there you can't access. I couldn't even use my MasterCard. Not MasterCard. Not MasterCard. I couldn't even use my credit card once I went over there or whatever. You gotta get a Panda card and all that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So they do have problems, but as far as the progress in that society, we cannot match them. Period. They beating us. They live in the future over here. Period. It's over. They are going to be the superpower within the next, I'll give America 10 years, maybe less than that. And Trump knows it. You attack Iran, when all your generals are telling you dumb ass, what the fuck are you doing? You doing for Israel? Like this, we're moving backwards here. And I don't want to raise my kids in. I'm starting a new family, whatever. I don't want to raise them in. Those people over there, they're just more advanced. I don't know. Maybe. I'm sorry?
You gonna raise your kids in China, or you just saying another country?
No, they're gonna be raised there. We're gonna own property in New York. We're working on that and whatever. I'm never gonna expect them completely abandon New York or whatever. We're gonna own property in Manhattan, whatever. But like raise them and like for what?
But are you okay with their system in general? Like you're very. You can't criticize the government. You can't say a lot of things. Your freedom of speech is nothing like the way the U.S. is. You do know you have to change your entire lifestyle, right?
Yeah, I know that part or whatever. But like, for what? Like, if you mind your business, you'll look good on it. Like they don't see. You're asking that question because you don't understand how those people operate over there. Those people just they just live their lives over there. So criticizing that government, don't you mind your business? Like what? No, we have to criticize that government.
No, but did you know during COVID they actually cemented people into their homes? Like you didn't have a choice. Like that's what people don't understand. As advanced as it may be, it's one way, but the way that the government operates, they can take your shit away tomorrow, and you absolutely have no way to get it back. There's no such thing.
I don't. Hold on. Let me. I got you. Hold on. They can do that here. They've done that to black people better. So so what are you talking about? Like maybe you haven't lived the black experience. No, I'm not.
You can't talk about intimate things, intimate domain and things like that. As far as how the China way can just take your shit with no explanation. You can't say if you mind your business.
So eminent domain don't exist here.
Hold on, bro. You can't say like, okay, just go ahead and mind your business. So that means you can walk blind like that. You got nothing to say. If something's going on, fuck the front.
No, it's not.
Hold on, bro. Get ran over by a tank. Just stand there, get ran over by a tank, and don't complain.
Yeah, I mean, look. Yeah, I mean, look. I don't want to argue about this, bro. Like, I really don't.
Bro, we just.
Yeah, no, you guys are smart. You guys are smart, kid. I would prefer more of my melanated brothers and sisters get the fuck out of this country, bro. This shit is gonna go down. All this damage Trump has done within a year and a half, and like he's just getting started.
Wait, are you talking about racism? Did the Chinese kicked out black people right before right after the pandemic? When it started? Do you even know the racism is?
Racism exists all across the world.
Black folks.
Racism exists all across the world. I'm saying, like, if you haven't been there and you haven't seen what I've seen, like, their quality of life is better.
You were there for how long?
I was there for 8 days.
That's not what you were passing through.
But
you can't tell what's happening.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me finish. But two of my cousins one has been there for 12 years, and one has been there for 6 years. And they have been trying to get me to come out there for years. So, like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm well versed on this shit. I know what's going on. I just had to see it for myself. And I saw it for myself.
Yeah.
And they're doing better than us. They're living in the future. It's nothing like this. This country is going to hell, bro. And I don't see why people keep clinging on to it.
Yeah, but bro, that's cool. But like your argument is, or your statement as far as being there for 8 days, like be. It's all good.
I'm going by what my people have told me.
Yeah, okay.
I've been traveling to Asia. For 20 years, so I know what I'm doing.
You never thought about moving back to the
I'm
continent?
trying to get.
To the continent, bro?
Moving back where?
Moving to the continent. You ever thought about that?
To my Africa?
Yeah. Nigeria.
I heard Ghana is dope. South Africa, I want to go there. Like, my little brother, he was in the Air Force. He just got out of the Air Force. He was in the Air Force for a long time. His last place he went to was Okinawa or whatever. He's out there for now.
Oh
He just got out
shit.
of he's Japan. He out there. He met his little shorty in Seoul, South Korea, and now they live out there. They're both out the Air Force One. So we're going
to Korea or Japan.
No, they're still Okinawa. They're still out there or whatever. So me and my sister or whatever, we're probably gonna go out there probably around Christmas time or whatever, visit them out. So I want to see, because I haven't been to Tokyo. I've been to the Philippines. I've been to Thailand. I wanted for, but I haven't been to Tokyo yet. Or I haven't been to Japan yet.
Like Japan better than China. Watch.
People tell me that, but here's the thing though, Japan is kind of small.
It's not.
No, not even that. But it's small. Whatever. Like I'm an explorer, so I like going around with so much stuff I want to see in China. Like so.
Get a dope hat.
Japan is small, even though Tokyo is the largest city in the world.
They have outer islands. I mean, there's a lot of stuff.
Of course. Yeah. They got Hiroshima. They got on it. I know.
You're gonna like it much better than China. I'm telling you, it's somebody that knows. You're gonna like it much better.
Oh, you've been in Misha.
Yes, and I have a brother who lives in Japan. Went to go visit. Now he lives in Japan with his family. So, yeah, Japan is it.
Yo, Misha, everyone tell me like Japan is fire, but it's just kind of small. Like,
it's a good place to visit. I wouldn't say to live long term. I couldn't see that. But to visit and engage is really dope.
And his lens is from New York.
It reminds me of New York in a couple of ways. Like it's overpopulated.
Talking about Japan is like spick and span clean. You can't be compared.
Yeah, Japan.
No, it is very clean. I give you that. But it is overpopulated. Like literally, when I was there with somebody's jobs, there's these guys with white gloves that when you get on the train, they have to push people in enough so the doors can close. That's their job.
Do you know how about Indians? People hang out off the side of the train.
Oh, they need one of those in New York. That's the same shit.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say.
I said it's like New York. Y'all thought I was being funny.
Yeah.
No, but
pushing people's asses in there too.
But look at how clean the transportation is though in Japan.
No, it's very clean.
Yeah.
But you know what isn't clean though is the smell, right? Like their sewers are just backed the fuck up. Like when you're walking through the different downtown districts, like I went to Yokohama, Roppongi, Shibuya. It was just the smells, bro. Like the smells were crazy. But I really enjoyed Japan though. Like it was a lot of fun. It's definitely an enjoyable place.
That smell of kimchi all day in Korea, bro.
I mean, it was just crazy. I mean, if we talking about, think about it. Like, it's like, 9 million people in. Now, mind you, New York is an ancient city where people like 348, 50, something like that. It was so clean over there. When I was in Shanghai, it was so clean over there. And it's twice as big as New York, not even twice, 4 times bigger than New York. Like they had air conditioning. Like once you go into the train station, there's no such thing as air conditioning in New York train station. Be hot as fuck in the summer. like it was warm when I was there. They just do everything better. I'm sorry. Like all I went to the currency exchange, and I tried to get like $300 of cash or whatever. And our tour guide, he was like, "You don't need that cash. Like no one takes cash in like that. You gotta pull out your credit card or tap your phone or whatever." Everything was tapped in. Everything was tapped.
Yeah,
like even the
digital currency. I don't.
Right. Even the cab drivers, even the like food vendors. You know what I'm saying? Like everything was so more advanced. Like I was just shocked
because you're
more.
paying tax and every single dime. God forbid you do anything under the table. So that's why they have it that way.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, whatever. Like I don't, but what it was for me is that those people advance. Like they're more advanced. Like we don't build anything in this country anymore. We used to. After World War II, we used to build a lot of shit. Those people are progressive.
Oh wait, you're talking about buildings. You probably know about the massive real estate crisis in China. Did you not see the huge shit going on right now?
Giant empty cities. Yeah, they all over China.
Lost their. They didn't even get. You had to pay for your apartments outright. And this builder decided to kind of left it, and I think they were insolvent, $300 billion in debt. Did those people get anything to make up for the money they've given? No, there's no parameters to protect the consumer.
I don't think you know that for sure, but yeah,
that's for sure. Look it up. It's happened in 2021 or 2022. It's a huge thing.
Yeah, there were. I mean, as far as I know, like you might know more, but like I thought they were working on that. But yeah, I mean, they got giant empty cities. Like they do have a real estate problem. But I'm not going to those places. Like China is very big. I'm probably going to Chongqing or Shanghai. Like it's just like even Americans, like when they move out there, the majority of the time their jobs are to teach Chinese people English. That's their jobs. Like it's so it's I just roll.
Everybody can do that. You can do it.
You're right.
You know, there's also the labor laws, right? There's no labor protection, employee protection. Don't even get me started on the Apple iPhone factories. It's disgusting.
No.
How they treat you see how they treat the people that work at these factories.
It's horrible. It's horrible. But what about here? What about? You're right. What about this country? Like, what about these underpaid teachers that live in this country? What about these underpaid factory workers or whatever?
Yes, underpaid. But are they forced to sleep there and work 20 hours and get 4 hour breaks? Some of our diapers on. You know how bad it is?
Yeah, but they can't pay for the medicine when they need it. We got 50,000 people a year. 50 to 60,000 people a year in this country die because we don't have universal health care. You know what I'm saying? Like so. What about these black kids in these communities? Some of these communities that I grew up in who are undereducated because the Department of Education will rather give them money to white schools or whatever because like what are you talking about? Like when you talk like that, that privilege talk or whatever.
It's not privilege. I'm just giving you the reality.
I think first match should be more logical.
I don't disagree. You're not wrong. You're not lying or whatever. I agree. It's fucked up. But it's way more people over there. But we have way more money than them. So they got way more people. We got way more money than them. We can't even support our people here.
Many people burned out.
How many billions of dollars did we just spend bombing Iran for nothing? For nothing. And it's so dumb. So dumb. We used to go to the streets for $0. And now you're trying to claim that we won something. I'm not even gonna get into this shit. Like, but Iran won this shit so far.
Get into it, Gotham.
Okay. Let's talk about it. All right, so
get in there.
Okay. All right.
Before you start.
Okay.
What borough are you from?
I'm from I'm from the Lower East Side.
Oh, okay, Lower East Side. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But here we go. All right, so think about this. I want y'all to think about this. For decades, we used to get to the streets for free. This country made trillions of dollars.
To say last month we were getting it free.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about the history of it, brother. But here go the thing. this country, or all of us in here right now, we benefited from it. We might not know exactly how we did, but we did. We made trillions of dollars in this country getting through the straits for food. So you got this monkey in the White House.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Yeah, but no, I'm sorry. My wife in the shit. But anyway, so he let Netanyahu, this racist ass Zionist, convince his monkey ass that he needs to attack Iran. So now the ceasefire deal, I don't know if any of you guys have read it, but I have. We gotta pay them. Oh, by the way, yeah. Let me start from kind of the beginning. Trump thought he could bully Iran because Trump is a bully. That's what he's been doing his entire life. Like you could go back and look at his history. He was a bully when he was a kid, but he had no idea who he was fucking with when he was fucking with Iran. His generals tried to warn him. Like multiple people tried to warn him, like leave those people alone. They are not to be played with. You know what I'm saying? And he does his dumbass Trump shit or whatever and bombs them or whatever because of the Israelis. And they showed them it's like we're not afraid, we can't bully us. Bomb the shit out of multiple American bases in the Middle East and warned them. Saudi Arabia was scared. Like they were scared. It was like, dude, we're building a bunch of shit over here. We don't want no problem. It was like, why the fuck would you open your airspace to the United States so they can come bomb us? Saudi Arabia was scared, but I'm not gonna get into that story. Bahrain, the UAE is terrified because they're allowing data centers over there from AI. It's a big thing with AI in the UAE and shit. But the radio is like, nigga, we will bomb Abu Dhabi and we will bomb fucking Dubai. Stop playing with us. And they folded too. They scared to death. And I had never in my life seen Israel bomb like that. Like the Iranians somehow
they got Gaza, you haven't seen Lebanon? Syria?
No, I was getting to that. I have never in my life seen them just shred the fucking Iron Dome. Like for years, they just really like we got the Iron Dome. The Iranians was like, nigga, fuck your Iron Dome. I have never seen Tel Aviv bomb like that. I thought it was AI at first. I'm like, this is not real. I have never seen that. So what's happening right now is they're trying to get through Lebanon. They're trying to They're trying to open up something so they want the Americans to land in Lebanon to get through there to try to get to Iran, but that would be stupid. Like we will never win a ground war in Iran.
Wait, are you saying that Israel's bombing Lebanon to make way for the U.S. military to get to?
Yes. Yep.
That's not even a fact. That's what I think. That's just my opinion. No. I never said it was a fact. That's my opinion. But anyway, and then the Strait of Hormuz, which we know for years, military generals have said for years, if you fuck with the Iranians, they will. The Iranians was like, we're not playing with you. If you fucking play with us or whatever, any shit that has anything to do with America, we will send.
Do you support America at all, bro? Like,
No, it's not about supporting America. It's about supporting. I'm not supporting tyranny. That's what I'm not doing. But I think that was a dumb question. But anyway, listen. But anyway, the Iranians said like, yo, if y'all anything coming through the Strait of Hormuz, like if you send it through here, we're gonna send it to the bottom of the fucking Persian Gulf, like period. And people were scared. So what happened was with this ceasefire deal or whatever. And this is how dumb Trump is. This is how stupid he is. Like I said, we never had to pay anything to go through this administration.
But we're
now
not supposed to.
let me.
But do you know why? There's a clause.
Let me get to it. Okay. Now they're saying the deal that Trump did, this great deal maker made with the Iranians. Now we got to pay $2 to $3 million to send any ship through there having.
That's not even the. I'm sorry, that's not the ceasefire deal. That's not even. There's no deal. It is not.
Okay. What is it? What is it?
Okay, so the reason why Iran has not charged for the use of Strait of Hormuz is something called UCLAWS. This was actually a treaty that was signed. This is considered natural waterway, international, so they're technically not allowed to charge any ships. The other parts like the Suez Canal, etc. Suez Canal, etc. have charged, or Panama Canal, because those are created waterways, right? They're actually man-made, so that's why they charge. In this case, under the UCLAWS, anything that is naturally made by nature, this is just you're not allowed to. And also keep in mind, Oman is on one side and Iran is on the other side. It's actually a shared waterway. This has been the case since forever. This is a UCLAWS. This is actually a treaty that was in place. Because of Trump's BS, they tried to do an asymmetrical warfare by creating this scenario where it's like, you know what, we're going to start charging you guys now. Technically, legally, they're not supposed to. And they're not even letting in U.S. ships. They're not even saying you can come in and pay $2 million per ship. No. They're only allowing in countries they're friendly with. So this is not them just targeting the U.S. with special price.
They let the Chinese and the French do it.
Yes, because they have a deal. Because they said if you're not expelled, I know, but this China and Iran have had a deal when it comes to their oil. China buys 80% of their crude oil. That's been in place for a long time. And then India had to negotiate with Iran. Pakistan negotiated. And Spain got through because Spain said, yes, we will go and expel U.S. and Israel diplomats. So basically, if you're not an ally of Israel and the U.S., they said come on through. But they did. But right now, everything's shut down. Don't you see what's going on right now?
So you're telling me that Iran is not charging America?
American U.S. aren't the ones
paying Iran shit, bro. What are you talking about, bro?
Right now, they don't even allow. Listen to Haitian. They're not even. Right now, the U.S. has it where every port that potentially has Iranian goods, they blocked it. They can't even fucking set their shit up.
Gaza, you need to read up on this situation because you're clearly off 100%.
Okay, where was I wrong?
Where do we start?
Where do we start?
Okay, let's go. Where was I wrong?
Strait of Hormuz, the way that operates, there was apparently a ceasefire deal. You said that was signed. It was never signed. There's nothing that's been signed. They haven't freaking agreed on it.
No. I never said it was signed. I never said that.
There's nothing on the table.
No.
You know what Iran asked for? They asked for reparations for all the costs of the damage that's been taking place on their country. They've asked the U.S. for reparations to repair. That's what they've asked for.
Hey, I don't think y'all know what y'all read. No, they're gonna charge any American ship.
Yes.
Wait. They're gonna charge them $2 million. They're gonna charge us $2 million.
Yes.
Okay, so yes.
But
so
they're charging everybody.
Why are you saying I'm wrong?
You said it's part of their deal that they proposed.
Fuck y'all.
But nobody's paying them, bro. Ain't nobody agreed to pay them shit.
No. You're gonna pay it when you pay taxes.
What?
I'm gonna pay it when I pay taxes.
Hold on, bro. Did you not hear when Aisha said that anything with their stuff we have it blocked?
From where?
The Persian Gulf.
So you're telling me that America is gonna block anything that comes from Iran to try to get to this? No, they're shooting. They're shooting at them. They're shooting at them. I don't think y'all understand. I don't think y'all understand what's going on. And also, America is gonna pay between $1 and $2 for every barrel of oil that goes in. They are going to billions of dollars that American taxpayers are going to pay. Y'all don't
It's not
understand
just
what's going
America.
on.
Every single commercial vessel that's what they're charging them. It's not just America. And America hasn't even had
Of course. Yeah, anything that has to do with America. The only people who are into there are the Chinese, the Russians, the French. Period.
India paid, Pakistan paid that price. $1 per barrel, which ended up being $1 billion, $2 billion. Greece paid, Spain paid. They have this toll in place.
Right. Iran is gonna make hundreds of billions of dollars for this shit.
Yeah.
And it would have never happened if Trump dumbass didn't bomb them. That's like now, and we don't even know what those people are gonna do with those hundreds of billions of dollars. This is
their revenue.
This is what America does. They fuck over the American people, and y'all defend
wait, Iran's been under very strict sanctions by America.
You said what again?
Did you not know Iran's been under very, very strict sanctions by the U.S.?
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, so I don't understand the point of all this.
No, but that was before this. We're talking about the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, and right now the sanctions have not just economic, they're physical. The fact that Iran cannot ship or receive anything, dude, that's huge.
You think those people care?
They don't care. They want to wait. Oh my God. They don't care to pay revenue.
Same thing with China. When Trump dumbass tariff they had, the Chinese told them like, we don't give a fuck. We're good.
China tariffed back as a reciprocal.
They don't care.
China didn't care. They didn't do a reciprocal tariff.
Yeah,
I think you're forgetting the U.S. is still a reserve currency. We're still a $1. You're forgetting that right now.
Ace, you literally just said that nothing is leaving Iran and going into Iran, and he said he don't care.
Exactly. They don't give a fuck.
So when they can't get a fucking grain or anything, they don't care. Make that shit make sense, bro.
Well, you did have some people in here from Iran, not trying to side with anybody.
And they weren't in Iran though.
Well, he said he was in Iran, and he got, what did you ask him, Omari, what he was using with some white rice?
I'm in Japan right now then.
He said he was using, I forgot what he said he was using.
He needs a VPN. That's also very hard to obtain.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so you guys remember the conversation. So he said that he didn't care. Was it him that said he didn't care if they nuked their country?
Who said that?
Somebody from Iran.
Wow.
And I was floored. I will never forget. I said, wow. Like he thought that it was actually going to be somebody left to start over. I was just like, what? I would never even say that, even in jest, that I would want somebody to nuke my country. Not the worst of times. We've had some horrific times here in this country, and probably gonna have some more. But to say to nuke your entire country,
but are they actually Iranian then?
Say
really?
Like they can only go by what he said. I don't know the man. I can't see him. I can't touch him. I can't feel him. I can't smell him. I don't know who he is. He said he's from Iran, and then they start questioning him and saying, "How you got Wi-Fi? This, that, and the third." And it was crazy. But then we had a female, maybe she wasn't in Iran. She was talking about, she didn't care if they bombed Iran and the power plants. And she even said the water. Because remember, when they start talking like that, I always go, so you don't care if you guys don't have water?
That's called genocide.
Yeah, but she wasn't in Iran. And I don't think the guy that we're talking about, if I remember him correctly, I don't think he was in Iran either. I mean, I'm pretty sure the only people that say that are the people that are safely in North America somewhere far away. They're not in Iran. Come on. No one says I want to die from starvation and thirst, and I want my family to die from bombing and poison. Like, no one says that.
So what about the people in D.C. that's protesting over there who do say crazy shit like that? They don't say
in Iran?
Yeah.
They're not protesting right now. And they're protesting the government to be overthrown, but not called you guys.
So not nuking. Let's take that off the table. So if they want their government to be overthrown, right? And they want the U.S. to be part of it. How do they think they're gonna accomplish that? By only way I'm thinking of is by bombing and ground troops, right? Some people gonna die.
Just like we did in Venezuela.
We bombed in Venezuela?
No,
that was surgical.
Through their government.
Yeah, but that's what they thought was going to happen, right? With Iran, some of these Iranians. That's what they thought would happen. They thought they.
You got a phone call?
Can you hear me? Go ahead.
Yep.
And?
Go ahead. We can hear you. Whoever's speaking. I'm sorry I cut you off.
Hello, Ace.
Right, Gotham? What's your do with Gotham? Oh, there he is. How do you feel about that part, Gotham? Because Gotham said they don't care. Did we lose Gotham?
He's still there, but I guess maybe he's walked away from his phone or bad connection.
Gotham.
Okay.
Gotham is the CCTV got his shit.
Well, I just that little part right there. I'm not taking up for nobody's side or anything like that, but it's only one way that you're gonna get regime. And then now, what's going on now anyway, Ace? Because I don't think we're gonna do anything there. I think that Trump is just waiting until the end of the week so he can say, I'm done. And I don't think he's gonna do anything now because he's
not gonna do shit. He's wishing for a ceasefire. He's wishing for it.
Okay, so the new person in charge, I was trying to find out because someone said that he's in Korea now. What's his name? The new Ayatollah?
The new Ayatollah Ahmadinejad.
Yeah. So someone said that it's rumored. Well, first he went to Russia, and then from Russia he went to, I guess, did he say South Korea? So I was trying to look it up, and it's nothing on North. Okay, it was nothing. I couldn't find anything about him being.
We have no idea. Nobody knows. No one even knows if he's alive. Nobody, but he hasn't even been a public statement outside of written statements. The people.
Yeah, but the U.S. is usually
speculating lost.
I believe that he's fucked up. He got violated by a bomb. The U.S. dropped on his head.
Yeah, they said that. I think amputee.
Who told you guys that?
He also he's in a coma. A whole bunch of.
But who told you guys the injury?
Yeah, injury.
What?
I don't know what that Arabic slur you just said on your rental.
I don't speak Arabic.
So we just spoke some language.
I said Ayatollah, Hamidi. Like, are you this ignorant?
I'm just trying to find out how you guys know the injuries.
Because they put it. Well, today on the NPR this morning, they spoke about it on the Today Show. The order was like the daily.
But it's not confirmed. It's I don't know.
Lisa, I just put an article in the chat where they talk about some of his injuries in the New York Times.
So did they give a source?
Frank Cannon.
They also said apparently he was gay. That also was a rumor going around. So
I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, so I'm just wondering. I'll go to a New York article and see where their sources is, but because they gave specific injuries. One I read when I was trying to look up the Korea thing, that he had an injury to his foot. The other article I read said that his whole leg was missing. Then another article I read said he was missing lips and had something wrong with his eyes. And then another one I read said he just had cuts on his face.
Yeah.
there's a coma. Kind of coma as well.
I can read a couple of sentences from this article.
Okay, thank you.
It says, though Mr. Khamenei was gravely wounded. He's mentally sharp and engaged, according to 4 senior Iranian officials familiar with his health. One leg was operated on 3 times, and he's awaiting a prosthetic. He had surgery on one hand and is slowly regaining function. His face and lips have been burned severely, making it difficult for him to speak, the official said, adding that eventually he will need plastic surgery. That's in the New York Times article I put in.
Yeah, if you listen to the Daily this morning, they spoke about it as well with the guest on.
Okay. Waiting for a prosthetic. And he had surgery on his leg. So that means he has an amputation of the leg to be able to fit a prosthetic on it. He lucky. He's alive. I mean, and no lips and no eyes. So they think he's still in Iran and had all this work done in Iran, or do you guys think he really went to Russia? I mean, Russia's medical system is all like great. I thought Iran's medical system was better than Russia's. No?
I don't think anybody knows.
Yeah, but they're in a war right now, they said.
And they haven't been able to bury the bodies either, have they?
The 60,000?
No, I'm talking about the Ayatollah that got killed and the other relatives.
I thought you had to bury them.
Maybe they were. They're supposed to, but they were. Something came out a couple weeks ago. They were talking about that they hadn't been able to bury.
Yeah, that's been postponed. Yeah, that's what we don't know. It's postponed.
But one thing I did read, did you guys see the 5 guys that are being hung or are they being fire squad in Iran? And they made a video, and I don't know if this is true because how is this stuff getting out? They made a video, you guys can Google it. It was early during the day when I was looking for clips. I came across this. They made a video of them singing some song. It's 5 of them before their execution. Y'all see that? Now that makes me feel like, like we need to do something. If they just execute people like, 1, 2, 3, that's crazy over there.
Oh, they do though. they do.
I mean, we do that here. Like, what do you mean?
But we go through a whole, you could be on death row until you die, though.
Jonathan, your comparisons are crazy, bro. Your comparisons are crazy, bro.
No, if we talking about in the 21st century, we don't execute people in the United States. Like, what's the difference?
You could be on death row for your entire life, waiting, to be executed, and then you have the ability to get staged or whatever the case may be. But if I find an article, Gotham, I'll send it to you. But it's 5 bros that are getting ready to be executed, and it's like within weeks, and no appeals, none of the stuff that you can do here. If you get accused, whatever the case may be, or whatever you did, and you were put on death row, you get a chance to go through some appeals, right, Gotham? And you can be there forever.
Yeah, absolutely right, Lisa. Like, yeah, I mean, we do that here. But those states of executions, that really works. What they do is put them dudes on death row for 10, 15, 20 years, and they still execute. States of execution, that rarely happens.
That's only in 27 states, just so you know.
If you are sentenced to death in this country, you die. It's rare that states of execution happen. So, like, I understand what you're saying, Misa. Like, yeah, they put them right to death. Like, that's something they do in the Middle East. But like when people act like we are better than them.
Oh no, never. I wouldn't say
we're not better than them. What is saying? You know what I'm saying? Like like.
Well, not the same, but we're not better in the sense where
I don't mean that completely thing.
You know.
Yeah.
Because America is not, I mean, look, all of us been here, and our folks have been here for a long time. And if we know the history correctly, this place started off horribly. They came here and did some horrible things, and things kept being horrible for a very long time. And still, we have people getting murdered for the color of their skin, or I don't know. It's just to me, I feel like we're not as bad as Iran, though. I don't care how I try to fix it up or whatever. I think that they have it pretty bad, but I don't think it's our responsibility. And you guys can push back to be over there trying to right the wrongs of what's going on over there. They have 90 million people there, and it seems like to me that they should be able to do what we did in this country, overthrow their oppressors,
So, Gotham, I wanted to say that nobody's suggesting that Americans are better than Iranian or any other human being is better than another human being. What we're talking about in terms of which legal system is better, the one in the United States?
The Bill of Rights. Bill of Rights.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. So if you look just at the Constitution and think about the legal rights that are afforded to an American when the person is accused of doing a crime, there's a due process which is involved. For example, the person has a right to be informed of the nature and the cause of the accusation, his right to due process of the law, equal protection of the laws, presumption of innocence until proven guilty, a right to impartial jury trial. I can go on and on. No excessive bail required. You can't have any excessive fines imposed. A right to appeal, and the rest of it. So these are the mechanisms that have been put in place by the Constitution to protect and preserve a right of an individual being accused of a crime. So you can put in contrast with what's going on in Iran, which is summary executions people with absolutely zero or very little due process in a matter of days. Young people, old people, girls, children being put to death. So comparing let me land with this. So what we're saying, the legal system in the United States, according to the Constitution, in principle, is by far better.
Wellington's on the run. I caught him at Kitover. He's retreating.
He's retreating. What are you doing here?
Well, I came to make my report.
If Wellington's retreating, what are you doing here? Why didn't you follow him? Why didn't you pursue him?
Where are the reinforcements you promised me? Don't you dare criticize me! Don't you dare!
Don't you see if Wellington's free to choose his ground? Everything I've won in this campaign?
You've lost!
Ashwabuka, the sector is broken. I have ordered a retreat.
Retreat? I am surrogate to the proud soldier. This steel is my word. I am too old to break it.
If Wellington runs from the coast, none of us will get home to Berlin. The logical road is Namur. I cannot trust the English. Nonetheless, because I have served you before, sir, I have ordered the retreat to Wavre. You may still cooperate with Wellington, but God help us if he does not stand.
Wellington's on the run.
You're a small.
The reason I believe Jon Snow is because he's here. All of his advisors would have told him not to come. I would have told him not to come. He's here anyway. I do guess. Dragon glass. If he's wrong, it's worthless. You didn't even know it was here. Something to give him something. I giving you music and take a step to a more productive relationship with your supplier. We occupy probably 30% task at hand. That's the rock.
It's a deficit. Taking a knife in the heart of his people. Did you notice that?
You must allow them to flex the fancy. It's true.
There was a literal tornado dream.
Greetings, you beautiful young star. And to you, Mazakino the Linen.
Greetings, Dream Lord. You look well, Dream. Are you well?
I presume the ruler of hell knows this is no social call.
Have you come to join forces then, to ally your realm to ours? To acknowledge the sovereignty of hell?
You know my feelings on that, Lightbringer. I have come because my helm of state was stolen from me. I believe one of your demons has it. I should like it back. No.
Dream. If only it were that easy. Which demon has your helm? Name it, and we will bring it here.
I confess I do not know the name.
Then we will have to summon all of them. There now, Dream, you may inquire. Which demon has your helmet?
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Nobody believes in you. You lost again and again and again.
John. They're two separate things. And most of our comments here is specifically about the behavior of Islamic Republic of Iran in general and IRGC specifically. That's kind of one thing. The second that we talked about is compare the American Constitution legal framework to the Constitution of
What do you need from me?
Of Iran, which I can read it to you.
Man, your bones, man. You need to be in the hospital there, my brother. You need to be in the hospital, don't you?
Principle is by far better than many other countries, including.
I agree.
So agree on that. Next one, that you made another comment. I forgot. You started diverging into some other area.
Why don't you go back in?
We're not part of that.
Was it death penalty conversation? The comparison?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's right. So I think the point, actually, my comment, the impetus to what I tried to say, we were talking about death penalties, which in Iran, it could be a very short time, and in terms of somebody being accused and executed, the due process and the way in the U.S., as somebody mentioned, it takes many trials and appeals, and an individual could be on a death row for decades, and waiting maybe is not a good thing, but certainly that's completely the difference that we are talking about. Yeah. Anyway, so you cannot it is unfair, it's unjust to compare the two systems and draw any kind of equality between the two. Yeah, so please go ahead.
Ali, look, so I follow you, bro. Like, I fuck with you, Ali. Like, I like you. No, of course, when we're talking about a judicial system, it's harsh. It's harsh over there. Within a few days or whatever, you executed or whatever. And I really do think that's wrong. And maybe that's because I'm American or whatever. And even though I know, we have trials and shit like that, I've been through like the judicial system here and whatever. I've never faced anything like that, but I know what it's about. This country or whatever, and it's not gonna change anything. In this fucking country because they can't afford medication. They can't afford Like, think about it. 60,000 people in this country die every fucking year. You have 4 people here. Like just my island alone. Manhattan is so small you can't even see it from a fucking map. Like I would have to point it out to you. We make our network.
No person of interest is in custody, and that woman, as you mentioned,
$3 trillion a year. Like
is still in the hospital in critical condition. Not only are writers shaken up about this, but now a community activist.
Schools are good in Black communities and stuff like that. Like
Stepping up and offering a $10,000 reward, hoping someone out there will come forward with new information. Chicago police say it happened around 9:25 Monday night. A 26-year-old woman arguing with a man in his 40s on the blue line when things suddenly turned violent.
Getting multiple calls for even a blue line.
A little bit of Iran or whatever. You guys are kind of doing well over there. Your government is fucked up. It is fucked up. But the people, I think some people are actually, happy over there. And you guys can do better or whatever. But I'm thinking about Americans, and people are suffering over here. I do not give a fuck about
April 24th, 2024. Drug use, drug deal.
Like, I don't care about Iranians getting nuclear weapons. If the Iranians get nuclear weapons,
just seen an exchange
to bomb the fucking world, no, they're not. Even if they get them, they're not gonna.
I graduated from college in 1993, and if you want to give some sense of progress or the lack thereof, 50.
Well, she's walking. That's just what we're told. You think we're there to help free these people.
I'm saying,
and I do have to warn you that it might be a little tough to watch. Security video shows the woman in a car careened into the City News Cafe near Cicero and Irving Park early this morning. It appears it was being pursued by Chicago police. You can see after the impact, 2 people are outside of the vehicle. 2 others get out of the crashed car and take off running. Police are seen running after them. We've blurred the faces of the men involved because we don't know if they will be.
The money is being wasted. I do agree. It's total BS. They should be used towards beautiful things. But
subject says it's 4:24 p.m.
Veterans.
Got a vendor over here, Michigan and Walton. See that guy there at 900 number? He's bending over. See how he's bending now? He's bending over. It was like that for about 10 minutes. See him right there?
Something doesn't make sense in the United States.
Hey, 45th Ward, it's Katie.
The American citizen in many, domains of interests, and in terms of so let's say this: America is the greatest country on the face of the earth.
Safety Act has been.
High-end workers say someone turned on the heat lamps typically used in winter over their picket line. Combined with the outdoor air temperature, Linda Long says it was hotter than the high-end kitchen she's worked in for a long time.
Gross domestic product of the United States on a yearly basis between $20 to $25 trillion. Next, in terms of the military budget, U.S. You have to add up the budget of the next 9 countries.
How much debt are you?
Yeah, it's about $1 trillion roughly is our military budget, which is about 17 to 18% of the total budget of the United States. Next. Documents, the principal documents in terms of the governing bodies, which is the Constitution of the United States, the first law to run the business.
Why was a guy with a long criminal record who was awaiting trial for
amendments? Those are, at least in principle, they're fantastic documents how to run a
carjacking.
The question is, with all of his strengths that I mentioned, how is it and how come that the plight of the U.S. citizens in comparison with the European countries, in terms of the well-being, let's call it, in terms of longevity, infant mortality rate, the education, number of people in jail, the healthcare system, infant mortality rates, we do not stand in comparison with the European countries. We rank sometimes from 10 to 20 in the categories that I just mentioned. So the question is, how come this greatness does not translate in a way that it should be to the well-being and the plight of the citizen? So from that perspective, Gautam, I understand what you're saying, and the question. I mean, I even asked the question myself. I have some reasons, but we can put aside for why this is actually the case. So that's kind of one thing which I agree with. So the second question is,
he risked it all and still died. He risked it all and still died.
In collaboration by Israelis, they have determined that Iran presents a serious threat, immediate threat to the United States, to Israel, and perhaps other countries, just because of
but the U.S. intelligence agencies do not deem Iran an imminent threat to the U.S.
Ungrateful.
Well, I'm just trying to tell you, you may be correct. I'm just trying to present to you, and I think everybody should know by now, the objectives. The objectives are to make sure that Iranians will never develop nuclear weapons, and will not have a chance to enrich uranium, to a certain level that is going to be applicable, ready to make atomic bomb. Number two, the long-range ballistic missiles. Number three being the drone aspect of it. And number four being Iran is being, it has destabilized the entire region by providing money, weapons, and training to the war proxies in Middle East. And last one, which can be nowhere, is this Strait of Hormuz. Now, these are the objectives. I'm not suggesting they're good or bad objectives. And these are the reasons that the U.S. is gone to war with Iran. Now, you may or may disagree or agree with the objectives, but those are the reasons. So there have been some calculations being done. We're not going to allow Iran to have access to the four things that I just discussed. That's all. So that is why we're spending the money. You may agree or disagree, but that's the way it is.
No, I understand what you're saying. You're not making sense. But what I'm saying is that why can't Iran build nuclear weapons? Like I don't understand that. Do you actually think if they actually build nuclear weapons, they're going to use them? They're not going to use them. So when people say that Iran building nuclear weapons is a threat to the United States, no, that is Benjamin Netanyahu's. That's what he said. This is all about Israel. Basically, telling the United States, we don't want them to have it. No one is going to use a nuclear weapon, bro. No one is going to use that. So what they have, Israel has it, and mind you, Israel is the only country that even admit to having it. They're the only ones. This is based off Israel's rhetoric. That's what it is. That's all it is. Like, this is simple math. 1 + 1 = 2. I this is not complicated. It's not complicated at all.
You're right. To your point, I'm sure you know Netanyahu has been saying since the 1990s, Iran is 20 days away from a nuclear, 3 months from a nuclear weapon. They're 1 year away. This is the rhetoric he's been spewing to try to create fear, try to get the U.S. involved since the 1990s.
Right, X. Right.
And don't forget, we had JCPOA. That's great, perfect. It took 20 months to negotiate until Trump ripped it apart for no good reason.
So, Gotham, let me just address what you just said. I personally will not put it past the Iranian regime to actually use the nukes. That's kind of my perspective. I may be wrong, but I get this information. That's number one. This is a fanatical regime that will go to any extent to make sure that it survives. And if it doesn't survive, it takes everyone else with it. So that's kind of one fear. The other fear is once they have it, it will be like something like North Korea. You can't touch it. Basically, then they are free because of possessing the nuclear bombs to do whatever they can. They can close the Strait of Hormuz or impose, let's say, $2, $3, $5 million for any cargo ship of any carrying anything, LNG, oil, fertilizers, what have you, through the Strait of Hormuz. You can't deal with them now because they have the weapons. They can provide and money, weapons to their proxies in the Middle East. You can't touch them just because now they have the bomb. So the idea is to keep, and again, any other regime actually in Iran, I would not have a second thought about them having it.
North Korea?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm comparing to. And I'm just saying they turned into North Korea. And let me just land with this. So I would not have, if we had something representative, what we call a secular constitutional representative democracy, something, a resemblance of that, then, fine, Iran is a sovereign country. Although they have signed the NTP actually, NTP, a NPT.
Non-proliferation.
Yeah, thank you for that. There's just too many acronyms going on nowadays. So I would be concerned actually for this regime, the Islamic Republic of Iran, an IRGC to possess atomic bomb. This is not going to be a good thing for anyone, and they probably keep the entire world hostage in that way because you can't do anything after that. Because of that, these are preventative measures are being taken that this opportunity is not given to the Islamic Republic of Iran. Now you may disagree with this, but actually this is what is germane.
But Ali, there's been a fatwa that was put up by the previous Ayatollah. Religiously, he said, they cannot possess a nuclear weapon because of proximity to the Kaaba. It's just as recent. People don't know. He seems to, operate differently. So this has never been something that Iran has actively pursued.
Yeah, it is possible. I don't know.
Right.
So
yeah, I mean, when we check, okay, so we have to take things back to the Cold War. Like, you're a smart guy or whatever. Do you know what MAD is?
I'm sorry, Gotham. Were you asking a question?
Yeah, I was actually like, do you know what MAD is? Mutual assured destruction.
Oh, MAD. Yeah, MAAD. Yes.
Yeah. So we went through this for like 60-something years with the Cold War. Like, mind you, like when we talk about nuclear weapons or whatever, the Russians they have just as many nuclear weapons as us. So why haven't they used it? Like the Iranians are not crazy. These are, and you're from there. These are sophisticated people. And these are not some sand. Because Trump just think these are sand niggas who are gonna just bomb the world or whatever. That's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. Like the Russians understood this for 60 years or whatever. Like for people to actually think that the Iranians are some imminent threat as far as nuclear weapons bombing the United States, that's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen with Israel.
Gotham, I have a question. Gotham, isn't it true the Samson option is something that the Israel does hold as part of their doctrine? That if their back's against the wall, they will utilize a nuke? Part of the Israeli doctrine, Samson option. But no one seems to be afraid of it. No one seems to bat eyelash to that. That's actually written, encoded. This is not even conspiratorial. So why aren't we concerned about that?
Exactly. This hypocrisy of being concerned about one country as opposed to another, which is actively aggressive and going and literally bombing their neighbors, and does not bend to any kind of sanctions, any kind of criticism, anything at all. But so I find it kind of funny that Ali, respectfully, that you would say that about Iran, but you mentioned nothing about Israel, which is actively doing exactly what you're saying.
So, Gotham, let me, when you say...
But notice you still won't actually address both Ace and I just said, Ali. You keep going back to God not addressing the hypocrisy of what you're saying.
I think if I answer you maybe by entailment on momentum, you're asking the question. So, Gotham, when you talk about the Iranian people are smart and they are calculated, they are non-violent, they're not going to atomic bomb. Remember, we're not talking about the general population of Iran. We're talking about Islamic Republic of Iran, again, in general, and IRGC, the military arm, fanatic military arm of Iran, which has terrorized the entire country, the entire population. We're talking about those groups that they are crazy, okay? We're not talking about Iranian people. We need to separate the two things. So we're talking about the Islamic regime of Iran. So that is what my concern is, and what I can safely assume that is the concerns of America and perhaps other countries, that this regime possesses...
Hello everyone, Joe Severino running to be the next Republican governor of Illinois. Many of you already know Illinois is the corruption capital of our nation.
The intention is to enrich uranium and providing as fuel for generation of electricity using nuclear power plants. Now, any country... It's been a long time coming. The second or third richest reserves of hydrocarbon on the face of the earth, number one, which, again, having nuclear power plants is...
It's like I'm Luke. Can you quickly answer that and come back to Ronnie's question?
Sure. I will. Hold on a second. So, during the recent... So that is their intention to say on the surface they want to do this. But it was offered to them to build for them 3 nuclear power plants free of charge and provide all of the fuel that is needed for them to run the power plants. Iranians did not accept it. So that should
Wait, that was after August. Wait, hold on. That was after August, July 25, when there was bombs. Why when Iran was sitting there and negotiate after that 12-day war occurred? Like this, the terms have completely changed. The landscape has changed. So don't look at Iran and say, "Oh, how dare they not trust their, people that bombed them." I mean,
and have sanctioned them for more than a decade and have literally threatened every single step of the way.
Exactly, but can you answer
close allies to their enemy?
Exactly. Ali, can you answer what we talked about? Israel, who does have nukes, who also does not abide by any of the treaties that other countries are held to, that also have the Samson option, and they are aggressive. Why is that a threat to you, Ali?
I think Israel has had atomic bombs, probably in tens or hundreds of them, I'm not sure, various kinds. That is not correct as well.
But why don't you find that to be the gravest threat?
But Israel has never signed NPTA.
Because that's
so
bad.
They have also never allowed anyone to go in to respect them, which, I agree with you. I think
they've never admitted they even had nuclear weapons.
I'm not disagreeing with you, President. I think if you have an atomic bomb, you are to be subject to the same kind of criteria that other countries that they possess atomic bombs. And this is not the case with Israel. And this is a point of contention with me.
And the Samson option, that's written doctrine, right? Military doctrine. That's on the books as to how they are willing to do, mutually, what do you call it? They're okay with collateral damage. They're okay. They literally have this, that they will deploy nukes in the case of where their back's against the wall and they may lose their territory. Iran doesn't have anything like that. Iran has, in the last, listen, I'm not for the IRGC, but it's also very disingenuous to say, I think they could have possessed an atomic bomb since 1979 to today, but they haven't. They've chosen not to, but they easily could have. We know this. So you're speaking out of space of speculation, but with Israel, we know how much of a threat they are. They're the aggressor. How aggressive has Iran been to its neighbors since 1979? They're not bombing their neighbors to smithereens, but Israel is. So why don't you find Israel to be the greatest threat in the region? And we shouldn't be aligning with a nation like that and helping them achieve their goal when it comes to, destabilizing Iran.
I'm out here at the Chicago Federation of Labor, maybe 5K, and I'm
for Israel to come out of the closet and exactly say how many bombs they have and so on, and be kind of recognized as a country that has atomic bombs. We know that. We know they have it. But they say either yes or no. They don't respond. That's one thing. In terms of having being cornered, I have not seen it. I would like to see where and how.
Sure, I'll take it.
You can post it and I can look it up. Yeah, thank you.
In the entire region, Ali, don't you find that Israel's greatest threat?
Because you still refuse to answer that part. You've answered everything else, but you seem to be skirting around that particular part.
So look, Iran and before this regime of
Patrick, I want to go back to you because obviously you led the charge on this. I know you're always on the ground in the communities talking to people. When did you realize this was?
Sometimes it's good to have an enemy so the focus is
These two just look. You admit you poisoned the king.
No. That's unnecessary. I'm guilty of a far more monstrous crime. I'm guilty of being a dwarf.
You're not on trial for being a dwarf.
Oh. Yes, I am. I've been on trial for that my entire life.
Again, that's
Have you nothing to say in your defense?
Nothing but this.
But that's also against
I did not do it.
both of
I
those
did
people
not kill Joffrey, but I wish that I had. Watching your vicious bastard die gave me more relief than 1,000 eyeballs. I wish I was the monster you think I am. I wish I had enough poison for the whole pack of you. I would gladly give my life to watch you all swallow.
Why is Hezbollah upgraded? I'm sorry, make this, I'm sorry, Hezbollah did not ever exist until, what was it, the 80s, until there was the annexation. What was it, what happened? Sheba Marks? It never existed. It never my sister, right? And then I know, yes, Iran was definitely fundamentally cultural. And also, use of the UK, and Iran is part of the but it's a response to the Israel has created the so-called comfortable circus right? But that's why they said the created this all that when he's not. So yes, this is the work because it will be us to Israel. I mean, it's off. At the beginning of lost right?
Our ship is ready to sail.
What's the meaning of this?
We know. It's my ship.
What you expect to be a marine when you're wasting your time on this nonsense?
I don't want to be a marine. I'm a pirate.
And they've gone through the hazard. So why is there not
No! Grandma, don't! It's my ship!
Your training begins today.
Our ship.
When I first created my YouTube channel,
and later, maybe 60s, there were a minority of Shia groups, Shia sect in Iran. I'm sorry, in Lebanon, which they wanted to have a say in their rights, and they wanted to have a say in participation in the government in some form and shape.
The gift my father gave me every day of my life. A six-figure
that
job.
was like 60s movement or 70s?
No, I need some.
What the hell do you mean?
It was around that. But the PLO, you gotta understand that. We're talking about terrorist groups, and we're not talking about nations. The terrorist group is a different thing from a nation or a large country. Really. Like, we've been fucking with Iran since the 60s. We overthrew their elected leader, and we installed something. We installed something. That was our fault. So America has to take accountability for that shit. Like, the other countries, shit. We shouldn't have never done it.
Hey besties, come along with me as we go hang out in the VIP section at Beyond while we in Chicago. First we head to Keystone, Maine. This is VIP Central at Beyond, and this is where you can get your VIP lanyard, candy, hair accessories, trinkets, all of the goodies. What I love so much about VIP here is that you get so much included. Awesome bathrooms,
ladies and gentlemen.
ladies and gentlemen.
That was sort of a healthy UK that was pretty much, reaping a lot of benefit from that Operation This is a well-known this is going to benefit every single Iranian. God forbid he does that. RGC would haven't even existed if we didn't start to meddle there. They're bringing in the Shah, who isn't a democratic, he's an authoritarian monarchist, who's also very, Ali, you cannot deny this. You know that the Shah at that time was very brutal to some of his people that he opposed. He actually didn't allow Muslim women to wear on any, their jobs. They committed suicide. He said freedom, but then said no, but not freedom of religion, but whatever. Point being, people are fed up with this individual. And this is when the RGC came in, it wasn't a violent revolt. They came in pretty peacefully. They would never have come in.
They came in peacefully.
There would have been no need for them if we didn't meddle. So it is relevant. All of these things, we wouldn't be where we are today.
No, we wouldn't be where we're at. Going to sleep, everybody. Good night.
So he didn't have a relevant play.
Okay, I have some comments here, but I think I've spoken enough. And I know for sure.